To this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee B on the afternoon of Thursday, the 30th of January, 2025. Welcome to members who are present, but we do have some apologies. Firstly, apologies from Councillor Ben Burton, who would normally chair this meeting, which is why, as Vice Chair, I will be chairing this evening. And before we get too far into the business of our meeting, I will be requesting that we elect from our number someone who will serve as Vice Chair for the purpose of this meeting only. We also have apologies from Councillor Fenton, so thank you to Councillor Warby for stepping in there and stepping in the absence of our usual Chair, Councillor Whitcroft. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Just a few housekeeping notices, as you would expect. If there is any emergency, we're not expecting one, but we would need to leave the building in an orderly way. Do make a note of the exits, particularly the exit behind me here and down the stairs. We will make sure that we take care of you should that unlikely event happen. Also, just to say, mobile phones, if you would either turn them to silent or preferably turn them off, that would be appreciated. The microphones that members have, they'll be very familiar with, but do just make sure that you press the microphone button and speak as clearly as you can towards the microphone. As we all know, this room is not the most conducive. It's not the easiest space in which to hear. And it may well be that to improve that, at times we turn off the projector, because that does cause quite some noise at the back, but unfortunately, we do need to use it for the purpose of the presentation. For members, there will be, if we need it, an opportunity for a comfort break, either between items or, if necessary, we take a break during an item. And the toilets are behind me here. You will know that, but for members of the public, you can see the door that's marked toilets, and it's a fairly short journey the other side of that door. But if we do take a break, just to remind members, we don't discuss the application during that break. Members of the public, that's not an opportunity to engage with members of the committee. There is opportunity for members of the public to speak. We come to that with each of the applications, the plans we consider this evening. But this is a meeting of the City of York Council held in public, not a public meeting. So having said all of that, I think we can work our way through the agenda. We've had the apologies for absence. Secondly, declarations of interest. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. Having made yourself aware of this in item 5A, it is my call-in, and due to comments that I've made in the call-in detailed on page 15, I do not believe I'll be able to make a impartial decision on this item. So with your permission, I shall recuse myself and leave the room for the duration of that item.
Of course, thank you very much. Any others? Councillor Woodby.
Thank you, Chair. On item 5B, I've noticed I recognise a name, and I have met him, Nick Love. I just wanted to, there's no decision, change to my decisions. I am open-minded. I just wanted for transparency to let you know. Thank you.
Councillor Orrell.
Same, Chair. Personal non-prejudicial interest, because I know Mr. Love.
Then I should also state that I know Mr. Love, but
and me too, Chair. I also know it.
Thank you very much. No other declarations of interest. Okay. So with that, the minutes of our last meeting, the meeting on the 16th of December, just before Christmas, you've had sight of that. Are you happy that that is signed as a correct record? I see no objection. I will do that before we finish this evening. I don't think we have anyone who's registered for public participation under item 4, so we can move on to the plans list. Before we come to the first of those plans, namely 5A, land to the rear of 128 Fulford Road, can I just say it's tremendous. There's been so much interest in this. A number of people trying to register to speak. Unfortunately, it's not been possible to give opportunity for everyone who would like to have spoken this evening. And so we have a number of public speakers, but for those who would like to have registered to speak and have not been able to do so, the invitation to put in a written submission has resulted in 5 written submissions. And I want to give opportunity for members of the committee to take a look at those submissions before we begin this item. And if you would take that opportunity now, I will simply give us 4 or 5 minutes to do that. Councillor Vassy?
Yes, Chair, you mentioned the need to appoint a vice chair.
Oh, I did indeed.
Can I propose councillor Melly?
You can indeed. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. I think we have, if you're willing, and then we've appointed Councillor Melly to serve as vice chair for the purpose of this meeting. Thank you for reminding me of that, Councillor Vassy. So a few minutes to have a look through those written submissions. It would be grateful if members would indicate when they feel they've had sufficient time to. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for bearing with us. I'm just waiting another moment until. Okay, or do you need a moment longer? Do you need a moment longer, or are you? Okay. So thank you again to those who've made those written submissions. That's very much appreciated. I think you'll understand there is a limit to how many public speakers it's possible to accommodate within the constraints of a meeting. So it's very helpful that we've been able to look at those submissions as well. I'm going to hand over to Becky Eads, who is the Head of Planning and Development for the City of York Council, who's going to introduce the application.
Thank you, Chair. Excuse the change in seats, it's so that I can speak into this and talk to that. So the application in front of you is a full planning application at the land to the rear of 128 Fulford Road, York. It's for the erection of 3 dwellings with associated access and landscaping following demolition of the garage. So you can see the site location plan up there outlined in red, if I can get this to work. Nope, there you go. You see the outline site here. So this is the site entrance, as you can see, into the site there. This is looking round the site. You can see the backs of the neighbouring properties there, and the garage here. And this is looking again towards 136 Fulford Road and 10 Grange Street, and the stone arch there, you see. And yeah, you see the neighbouring properties. If I can just make this, there we go. Neighbouring properties along here and here. And the south site towards Garth Grange is this one here. And again, photographs from within the site, looking at the neighbouring properties. And again, from within the site at the neighbouring properties. That's the existing garages that have been constructed. Your existing site plan here, that's your existing garage that you could just see. And road up here. And the neighbouring properties in grey down either side there. So this is your proposed site plan here, with the 3 properties within the site, the amenity space and the access in here, just where you can see there. So these are your proposed ground and first floor plans, where there's a garage on the first floor with a kitchen dining area, living room and bedrooms above, and then rooms in the roof space where there is further bedrooms. You can see the proposed properties here, 2 stories with rooms in the roof space, front and rear. And you can see the arrangement here, the stepped arrangement for each of the properties that was shown on the site plan. And that's the existing access into the site. I'm going to go back to that. I'll leave you on that site plan for questions when we get there. I'm just going to pass. No, I'm just going to pass you to Sophie for the update, and then I will go back to my normal spot.
If you just introduce yourself first, that would be appreciated.
I'm Sophie Prendergast, one of the planning officers. So we've got a committee update with some slight amendments to the report. Paragraph 2.5 reference to BNG has been removed. Paragraph 5.37 has been amended to correctly describe the site. So that's the centre of the paragraph. We've also amended condition 3 to remove the references to removing permitted development rights in relation to BNG. So it's just in relation to amenity. And the last sentence of condition 8 now removes the reference to BNG. BNG being biodiversity net gain. Condition 15, we've added 2 additional traffic regulation measures. One of them being to reconstruct the existing access to form a shared private drive 4.5 metres wide, and then a scheme for improved pedestrian access across Grange Garth. They need to be submitted. And since publication of the committee report, a neighbour has asked for confirmation whether the houses will be 2 or 3 stories in height. The proposed dwellings will and always have been 2 stories in height, plus accommodation in the roof, served by front and rear dormers. The final set of drawings were received on the 10th and the 11th of December and has been available on public access since that time. These are the drawings in the proposed plans condition. There was also a query about the height of the houses. The ridge height, as shown on the architect's drawings, is the same as Grange Street properties and slightly lower than those on Fulford Road. And then we've had one further representation since the publication of the committee report, and the neighbour requests that the head of planning visits her property to understand the impact of the proposals and reconsiders the recommendation that planning permission is granted. She considers that there'll be significant permanent negative impact for neighbours in terms of loss of privacy, light, sunshine and harm to well-being, and that the scale of the development is out of proportion with surrounding properties.
I take it that having said all of that, that doesn't make any difference to the recommendation that officers are making. No. Councillor Wardby?
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions on
Well,
plans.
we'll come to that in
Oh.
yes. Go ahead. No, go ahead now. Yeah.
Sorry.
No,
So is it
you're
okay?
You're
Yeah.
fine. I'm just going to invite questions
You know
that
me.
explain that for the benefit of the public who are here. At this point, members of the committee and only members of the committee have the opportunity to ask questions, simply clarifying questions, just to be sure we've understood what it is that we've seen and heard. Go ahead.
And I apologise for stepping on your toes. I do apologise. Very eager. So my questions are on planning, the plans, and I've got quite a few, so please bear with me. So how close and how high is the new properties to the existing? Just to clarify for myself, because I wasn't there at the site visits.
So the separation distances from neighbouring properties is described in the report.
Sorry, because I'm subbing, I haven't had time to look at everything. I do apologise.
5.15 to 5.21. It's quite a number of paragraphs and a number of distances that have been measured. So
Okay.
I presume you don't want me to go
No,
through them all.
no, it's just so I can understand it a little bit better. In the objections, it states it has been moved from further from Fulford Road and closer to Grange Street. Is this the case, and why and how much? By how much?
In earlier versions of this scheme, the houses were nearer the back of Fulford Road. I think there was a separation distance that we didn't feel was acceptable. So we went back to the applicant and asked them to have a look at this. We did suggest that house 3 was only single story at that point, just to bring the separation distance better, improve it. But the applicant came back with this 2-storey, but moved it further to the west, so that there was 7 metre separation between the first floor and the property boundaries.
Okay, thank you. What is actually staying on the site? And because there was 2 squares on your other map. One was an existing garage, but down the bottom, in the bottom triangle, I was wondering what that was.
So the pitched roof is a detached single garage. That one's being demolished.
Oh, right, that's okay, just.
The other square
clarification.
was just hard surfacing. I
Thank
think.
you, thank you. Objections raise concerns about the size of the new gardens with concerns to how small they are for families, as that would be a loss of amenities to the new residents. What are the officers' thoughts of this, and what, are they okay for size?
I consider that the suitable size for family housing. House 2 is obviously smaller than house 1 and 3, but it does have outside space, and I think that's,
Sufficient.
sufficient. Yeah.
Okay, and just one last one, car parking. If there is more than 1 car parking property, what or where is the parking? And if not, is there something in the report to only have 1 car per property? So I didn't know if you could show me on the map where the parking would be. And I'm not talking about the garage, obviously. I'm talking about if they've got 2 or 3 cars, whereabouts are they going to park within the vicinity?
If they had more than 1 car, then there isn't space for them to park on the site. There's resident parking in the streets around. We're proposing that they're removed from the resident parking zone, so they wouldn't be able to get parking permits there. There is short stay parking for visitor parking, but it's in a very sustainable location. So in this instance, we wouldn't be looking for more than 1 parking space on site. If someone had a 3 car, if they wanted to have a property that they could park 3 cars at, I presume they wouldn't buy one of these houses.
So there's nothing in the actual report stating that it's only supposed to be 1 car per property. So they could have 3 cars and then struggle to find or take other people's parking spaces.
Well, they couldn't take other people's parking spaces because they would get a parking fine, because they wouldn't have a resident parking permit.
So they can't apply for that at all. Okay,
Yeah.
no, that I just needed clarification. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a couple of questions on the plans. If you could bring up the image of the front and rear elevations of the properties. So house 1 is the one that has a garage that comes out to the front. So from the plans, the front door is sort of set back and the garage sticks out. But I can't see that at all from the front elevation of that. So that window in house 1, is that a window into the garage? Because I
If we
just
show
don't see the
the-
garage in that image.
If we show the side elevations, it's shown, it kind of goes around the corner. So it's here where you can see on the top right-hand corner.
But that window that we were looking at there, is that a window into the garage?
Yeah,
There.
it's a window onto the,
So no, to the left. So, sorry, house 1, the window to the right of the front door. No, that's house 3. There, that window, is that window going into the garage?
there is a window into the garage, yes. But the front door, the garage door is on the side elevation.
Yeah, it really isn't clear from that image. Sorry, I was looking at it for a really long time when I was looking at the because you can see from the plan that the garage comes out to the front, but it just doesn't look like that from the front elevation. So is that
window there?
yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's that window there, it's. When you're looking at.
I think
Sorry.
it's not clear from the front elevation.
Yeah, that, yeah. I've got that wrong, sorry, I keep pressing, I'm not used to this. That window there is the one that you're talking about. No, because the window's facing in a different direction. Sorry, the garage goes perpendicular. That way.
And one other question about the house. So for the photograph,
Sorry, I didn't realise I turned it off.
from the photographs that you showed us at the beginning, so the triple garages that exist, so as you can see, I assume these are the residents who live in those houses who own those garages and are choosing to park out of the front of the garages. Is there a legal situation where, like, can those residents and owners that already exist be legally told they can't park in front of their own garages? Because I presume from, this is just from looking at this picture, I presume from, it is impossible for the access to the site as it in the plans to happen with 3 cars parked in front of that garage that already exists.
Yeah.
So does that mean legally within all of this, the owners of those garages are forced to either park their cars in their existing garages or park elsewhere? Like, is there an ability to legally take their access rights or like?
So these garages have been built recently as part of the redevelopment of the Priory Hotel
Yeah, yeah,
to
I
create
understand
new
that.
dwellings. They aren't completely in accordance with the approved plans.
Because it was two double garages that
Yeah,
was built as a
Yeah.
triple.
So the double garages would be able to accommodate a car. They are expected that they should be parking their cars in their garages.
I suppose my question still stands though, in terms of clearly the residents of those garages currently park outside sometimes of their own garages. Is there something within the kind of legal framework of this that can take that access away, or is there a battle there about whether they can or can't in future?
Sorry, I was just wanting to clarify before I gave you any advice. So it looks like at the moment, they're parking in front of that garage on land that is within the red line. In terms of ownership, I'm not 100% sure who owns what. But clearly, we have a planning application that doesn't show any car parking spaces in front of their garage. So the expectation would be that they would have to park in front of their garage if and when that comes forward. But then that becomes an issue outside of the planning process, whether or not it's an ownership, legal rights of access. What we need to consider is that's a garage, it's parking spaces available for that property. And we have got this application in front of us that shows that this would be an area for access into the site. It then becomes an issue between the properties of ownership and who parks where. But what we have to consider is what's in front of us, that there is a garage that's capable of achieving the car parking, they're choosing to park outside of their garage. There might be rights of access issues but that again is outside the planning process, that becomes a legal issue. Thank you.
They might, of course, be parking both inside and outside of the garage. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I think we ought to congratulate the objectors for the breadth of information they've given us, and I think it's worth considering for future meetings whether public participants are encouraged to put in written submissions like this, because you can certainly take things in better than you can just having points fired at you, and that's no offence intended to anybody that's going to speak later. In terms of the information that we've been provided, in the agenda, page 14, paragraph 1.8, details the recent planning history of the site. Now, without the objectors' information, Mr. Hollidays, we wouldn't know that the planning officer, well, this is what's been attributed to her, said on the 11th of June, any revised scheme should, in my opinion, be for a single maximum 2-storey dwelling away from site boundaries, adequate outside amenity space, parking and defined curtilage must be provided. Now, a statement like that on a planning file must have given neighbouring residents a degree of comfort as to how this was going to be progressed. I'm asking now, what's changed since June of last year? Has there been any changes to the NPPF by government? As regards what's acceptable in terms of separation distances, overdevelopment, loss of neighbouring amenity? What has changed? That's the question.
I wrote that email, I know it's been referenced quite a few times by neighbours. Further into that email, I'd said 1 or 2 dwellings might be suitable. In the last sentence of the email, I didn't put the 2, but I did say earlier in the email 1 or 2. The scheme that we had earlier in the year was for 4 dwellings, and it was so clearly overdevelopment. It was a reaction that, you know, to that it needs to be significantly reduced. They've obviously come back with 3 dwellings rather than 2 or 1, which, having made a full assessment of it, we feel the scheme is acceptable when considering all the issues we've looked at and then in relation to planning policy. And we don't feel that we could refuse it as it is on 3 dwellings.
You have a further question, Councillor Waters?
Yeah, I do, but obviously that decision will now be up to members. Yeah, one very trivial question, and that's in relation to condition on page 34, condition 5. Now, bearing in mind what happened at last month's meeting, is it really appropriate to be putting on conditions like this, insisting on painted timber windows and painted timber doors?
You'd like to?
Chair, is there still good questions about the plans element?
Yes, we're still clarifying our understanding of what is proposed.
Yes, it is reasonable, because that was a member decision against officer recommendation.
Councillor Bassey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm still confused about this garage thing. So on page 52 and page 53 of our plans, we've got a structure. It seems like we've got a structure of different sizes. I can show you here. So we've got a building there, which is represented in that inset corner at the top. And then above it, we've got a building that seems to be considerably longer. What does that represent? And for my benefit, is that the garage that we're talking about that we've seen cars parked in front of?
The existing site plan shows the footprint of the garage that should have been built, which was the planning permission. The proposed drawing shows what's actually been built, which is why they're different sizes.
Right, okay, so what we're seeing in plan 52 has never existed, is what you're saying. It was just an approved plan.
Sorry, I don't, is that the plan on page 52?
Yeah, that's what was given permission. That's what was given permission. That wasn't built. It was built as the one on 53.
So we're on the same page, okay. And so again, to clarify what you said earlier, the garage about which questions have been asked lies outside this site, but the owners of that garage are currently parking in this site. Thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Councillor Millie.
Thank you, Chair. One of the recommended conditions is about obscured windows on bathrooms on the first floor. Are you able to show us on the plans any other windows that overlook any existing properties that don't have a recommended condition about obscure glazing, please? Yeah, I'm sorry, which? Are there any plans that show which windows it is on what floor, and also the separation to existing dwellings? We haven't got a plan with the separations. We put them in the report. This is what we said at the beginning too. Yeah. So not necessarily the specific distance and measure, but I just mean like, so these plans only show what's on the site rather than in the context of the existing buildings. Yeah, you do that then. Oh no, the elevation drawing. Not the elevations.
Might help to move the microphone a little closer.
So this is one of the ensuite bathrooms, so that would be obscure glazed. This window is to a hallway. This one is obscure glazed, it's to an ensuite. So the measurements we've taken are from the bedroom window here, the bedroom window here, and the bedroom window here.
And then are the windows on the second floor set back a little? Are they a slightly further separation distance?
So these windows are set slightly back in from the roof, the eaves. Separation distances obviously get greater the higher you get up the building. Yeah.
So is that recommended condition about obscure glazing, is that to protect the amenity of existing residents or future residents of this development, or both?
It's mainly for the existing residents.
Okay, Councillor Wardby.
Thank you, Chair. I do apologise, but I'm still confused about the 2-storey and it looks like a 3-storey. I mean, the third floor is a third floor, as far as I'm concerned, unless you can convince me otherwise, because it's got 2 windows and you can see it's going to be like a floor. So how can you state it's a 2-storey when it looks a lot like a 3-storey? Sorry, I just need to understand.
There's a difference, and as much as you in terms of, it's a 2-storey with rooms in the roof space, because that's what it is, because it's a dormer window. So your roof then goes away, doesn't it? Yeah. Whereas I'm gonna have to do it with my hands like that. That's a 2-storey, and then your rooms are there. If it was a 3-storey, it'd do that and then that. So that's the 3rd storey. You then slip it, it goes away, and the rooms are in the roof space. If you've been in a house with a dormer window, the roof very clearly comes in at you. You can't get all the way to the edge, can you? So that's the difference. It's rooms in the roof space. So it wasn't very technical, but I'm trying to explain to you. That is the difference between the 3-storey and then a roof on top. Whereas that is a 2-storey with rooms in the roof space because of the dormers.
Councillor Melly.
Could you please show us the cycle parking on the plans for each of the dwellings, but especially dwelling 2? Yeah, tell me where right.
The house one, this is the let me see with House one cycle store is here, so it's in the garden. We've got detailed drawings for the cycle stores, which are enclosed and undercover with a lock, and the Sheffield stands. This is the cycle store for house 3, and then the cycle parking for house 2 is within the garage. Here, can't see it very clearly, and along here.
So is the garage wide enough that if there's a vehicle parked in the garage, you can get a cycle past it to the rear?
Yes.
Councillor Massey.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to understand a bit more about the history of the site if I can, because in the opening paragraphs, there are a number of things said that I'd like to have clarity about. So if I've understood correctly, this used to be a car park.
Yes.
Is that correct? When did it stop being a car park? I know there there are 3 garages there, but presumably that's a different use from when it was a pub car park, if I've understood. Or
It used to be the car park to the Priory Hotel, which was on Fulford Road, number 126. In the last few years, a colleague of mine was the case officer. I'm not sure, I've put in the planning history the exact dates, but 2021-ish, it's been converted into 3 houses. So it's no longer needed as a car park because the hotel isn't there anymore.
so it dates back to 2021.
It's, don't know the exact date without looking at the planning history, which I can't see. 2022, it was granted consent for the change of use.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, there's reference made to bays of the Theatre Royal being kept there. Just like to understand why they're not somewhere else, what's expected to happen, just understand the history behind that, to have the context of why they're there.
So the arches that used to be part of the Theatre Royal used to be in the garden of the Priory Hotel. When the Priory Hotel was granted planning permission, I understand there was a condition that they were rebuilt in the garden after the work had taken place. I then understand there was a second planning permission for a new dwelling to the side of it, and the stone arch was to be relocated there, and the exact location of the stone arch was to be agreed by condition. That is the development that's currently been undertaken on site. So the stone arch has been dismantled, and it is currently in this site, but I understand it should be going back on the site of the dwelling to the side of 126 Fulford Road. So it's stored there temporarily.
So it's temporary. And my last question, Chair, if I can, it's about biodiversity to get to grips with this. Yes, in terms of biodiversity. So we've got a number of comments from the written submissions about biodiversity. Am I correct in understanding that this site has become overgrown fairly recently, and that has created an opportunity in terms of biodiversity? And I'd like also to understand how we assess biodiversity, because we're told here that putting some lawn will be a sufficient, or it's suggested that could be a sufficient replacement. And I'm wondering, is biodiversity enhancement measured in terms of having more grass, or is it measured in terms of the number of species on the site? And has an assessment been made of the number of species on the site? Sorry, that's quite convoluted.
Under the new biodiversity net gain legislation, sites with biodiversity value and over a certain size have to submit a Excel spreadsheet. It's called a biodiversity net gain metric. This is a small site, so it's a small sites metric that's been submitted by the applicant, as they were required to do with a supporting report. They've been on the file since submission. We've had specialist advice from the ecology officer at the council. They're happy with this metric. It's the value of the site that's as it is. It had landscaping, some planted and some overgrown, presumably for a number of years. Some of the trees are large shrubs. There's laurel, I think, and other shrubs are quite well established. So it hasn't all happened since in the last couple of years. There has been habitat on the site for a number of years. So the correct assessment has been made. We've had the specialist advice from the ecology officer. Private gardens do have biodiversity value. There's an assumption in the metric. It can't be, a detailed assessment of exactly what's proposed, but what is proposed is private gardens with landscaping around the edge. So if built as approved, there should be more than just lawns there.
Okay. Councillor Melly again.
Have you got any plans that show the vehicle manoeuvring space, tracking and turning circles and stuff? Is it in the update?
Yeah. We've got them and have looked at them, but they're not on the presentation.
Sorry.
We've got them, but they're not on the presentation. We've looked at them and
'Cause I
obviously
think-
highways colleagues have looked at them, but I've just not put them, they're not very clear to be put in on a presentation that goes up there.
Highways colleagues raised concerns about it. Was that a previous version of the plans, or is that concerns about
This
plans.
version.
It was probably a slightly earlier version of the plans. Ian is here. We feel that as a private site and private land, the tracking shows manoeuvring in one gear to reverse and then come out in forward gear. But we would accept in a site like this that there was more than one change of gear. So we didn't ask for the tracking plans to be fully updated. We had to satisfy that there would be space for vehicles to turn.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Do your tracking plans broadly kind of concur with the ones submitted within the extra submissions from residents, or would you disagree with them at all? I'm just trying to find a page in the additional paperwork. Yeah,
We have,
page 8
right,
and
we,
9 and 10.
I know, I get that, but we have to rely on the information that we've got and that we've assessed in front of us that forms part of the planning application. We, and I understand that that's been submitted, but we don't necessarily have capacity to assess well, we look at them and we would see, and we've looked and see at the information that was submitted as part of the application. Highways officers have been quite clear that they do have concerns, but planning officers have made a judgment, given what was there previously and what would be expected on a site such as this, and have made a balanced recommendation based on that. So yes, there are concerns from highways officers, and obviously from residents, but we have to consider what the previous use was. We have to consider if there was an appeal and what an inspector would think, and make a balanced decision based on what we've got, and that's what you've got. So yes, technically, there are concerns around that, but we've made a balanced decision based on the trip generation and previous use and the information that we have in front of us and where it's situated.
I completely understand. I was only asking because obviously we don't have those bits that you've got.
Yeah.
We haven't got in front of us, which just seems
Okay.
a bit of a shame in a way, just.
Thank you.
Answer some questions, but if it's not clear, what's the things that you're looking at then?
Everything is available on the public access file.
I'll draw this to a close in a moment. Go ahead. Councillor
Well,
Waters.
similar to that, Chair, what would simplify matters was if Ian would like to comment on these tracking diagrams.
I don't think that's fair at the moment, but I'm sure we'll be
Um,
returning to
Well, it's
issues
certainly
around
fair
highways when
to
it comes to
explain things
the debate.
to us by a highways professional.
I don't think it's reasonable to ask Ian to sit there and do that now no, you can't.
I could hand him a copy now and he can have 5-10 minutes
don't
while
know- we
public
don't know if
participation's going on.
I'm not having this argument.
Well, it's not an argument, I'm just asking
No,
a
I have to say,
question.
we don't have scale plan, we don't know that they're to scale, he can look at them, but in terms of a technical judgment, I don't think that's fair to ask somebody to do it without knowing the scale drawings, looking at all the information. He's looked at the information contained within the application.
Okay, we'll draw a line there. We'll move on to our public speakers. We have a number of speakers who've registered, and as I say, thank you to all those who have made representation. The first on my list is Helen Cousins. If Helen would like to come forward, just to sit on the chair in front of me here, and that's fine. There's a button in front of you which should light up green when you press it.
Thank you.
Microphone.
Yes.
And you've got 3 minutes to make the points you'd like to. At the end, please don't rush back. There could well be questions from members of the committee.
Thank you. I'm objecting to these proposals due to three main reasons: overbearing, adjacent conservation areas, and safe vehicular access. This three-storey development would be overbearing and cut out all the sunlight from the back gardens of 130 and 132 Fulford Road. This is in direct contravention of policy D1 of the draft local plan, as referred to in the report. In accordance with the BRE's Guide to Good Practice, any application where there is a potential adverse impact upon the current levels of sunlight or daylight enjoyed by adjoining properties is that a daylight and sunlight assessment is carried out. This has not been done. Contrary to statements in the report, the site is visible from the Fulford Road Conservation Area, which extends the full length of the gardens of 126 to 148 Fulford Road, including the Priory Hotel Gardens and the section of Grangegarth Highway right up to the site entrance. It's also visible from the new Walk Conservation Area, which includes the house and grounds at the end of Grangegarth opposite the site entrance, and also visible from the Grade 2 listed Grange House, which was considered in the design for the extension on the side of the Priory Hotel, but has not been considered here. The Council's Guide to Living Within a Conservation Area states that when assessing a planning proposal, views into and out of the conservation area must be taken into account. The report does not provide sufficient information on practical, safe vehicular access. Guidelines for this type of property are that 2 parking spaces should be provided. Paragraph 3.8 states that 6.1 by 4.1 metres is required for a garage to be classed as a parking space. These dimensions are not achieved on this plan. Guidelines for a garage for a larger family car are dimensions of 7.2 metres by 3.6 minimum. Paragraph 3.8 confusingly states HNM can consider the proposals as being car-free, with 1 space in each garage, but they must be maintained as used for car parking by condition. It's not clear what HNM means. Car-free would surely be impractical for large family houses. Paragraph 3.9 states that there is not sufficient cycle space provided for House 2, and so a bike hanger could be provided outside the curtilage of House 2. This has not been included. The tracking drawings provided for access to the garages show extreme manoeuvres dangerously close to buildings. The report incorrectly states that the development will provide 7 parking spaces as it includes the garages for 126 and 128 Fulford Road, but it actually only provides 3 spaces. The other garages belong to other houses. However, safer access does need to be maintained to these garages during construction.
20 seconds.
The proximity of the new buildings to the existing garages makes this impossible. This site simply isn't suitable for these 3-storey houses and associated vehicles. Concerns regarding appropriate and safe access need to be addressed. Overshadowing needs to be remedied. Adjacent conservation areas need to be considered. Given these issues, I don't think you can approve this application.
Thank you very much. You were spot on 3 minutes.
I have got some figures that show the conservation areas and how close they are. And a few more photos from our back garden and those of Range Street. If you could pass those around, please.
Pass that on.
The conservation area information is widely available.
There, I'm sure will be questions from members of the committee. Councillor Bassey.
Just a question for officers, please, Chair. Just
Can we
to check on something that has been said.
Be brief.
To clarify, has an assessment on loss of light been done or not? We've just heard that there was.
Can we restrict ourselves for the moment to questions to
Okay,
public
sorry,
speakers?
yes,
No? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you very much. Could you just repeat, because I didn't write it down, the dimensions that you gave for different types of cars with
Paragraph 3.8 in the report says you need 6.1 by 4.1 metres for a garage to be a parking space. Larger family cars need 7.2 metres by 3.6 minimum.
Can I just ask you where you've got those figures from?
First was from the report.
The second one, I mean.
The second one was from a general Google of dimensions required for car parking spaces in garages.
Thank you. I think that's really helpful. Thank you so much for your submission.
I don't see any other questions around the table, so thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. The next public speaker on my list is Christopher Ranger. Christopher, if you'd again come to the table. make sure the green microphone button is on, and in your own time, you have up to 3 minutes, if you will.
Start. Could I just ask that this slide be put up that has the view of the buildings rather than the site plan?
That one. That one?
That one, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Chair. I'm so glad that you gave members the opportunity to read those late submissions. As you could see, many of my neighbours wanted to speak to you tonight, but only 3 have been selected. So you're only hearing a minimal version of their deep frustrations. So thank you for that. I'm very surprised that after receiving 64 submissions from local residents, including everyone directly affected by this proposal, the planning officer's advice is to accept this application. My neighbours have highlighted the following issues. The principal factor is the huge size and close proximity of these houses, making them overbearing. Also, the design concept is badly out of keeping with the local vernacular. If you've been to the site, you'll see that Grange Garth is not urban, it's classic suburban, with arts and crafts instruments houses from the 1920s, each with their gardens. Seeing the area as urban may explain why these houses are wrongly being recommended for approval tonight. As well as being overbearing, these houses will grossly affect the neighbours' outlook and loom oppressively over their living rooms and kitchens. Residents have prepared before and after images, which I think you've now seen, which dramatically illustrate this point. Despite being described as 2-storey, the massive dormers fill the roof spaces, making them effectively 3 stories, as you can see up there. They're very oppressive, and the large windows at all levels will be overlooking the neighbours' gardens and living rooms. Distances given on the drawings from the new houses from the contractors to the neighbouring homes are disingenuous at best and do not reflect the real situation. Using drawings provided, a chartered surveyor has measured the distances from the homes in Grange Street, which range from 15.6 at number 22 to 17.3 at number 14. Some of the distances in Fulford Road are even worse. These distances are very significantly shorter than council standards. Parking arrangements, as you've all been discussing, are completely inadequate and will create conflict and safety issues. The vehicle tracking to access the garages will require exceptional driving skills. There is no provision for visitors or a second car, and excluding the development from the Res Park scheme would exacerbate the situation. Highways Development Control recommended rejection because these issues in November last year, but the problem remains. Most objectors have said they agree with the sentiments expressed by the planning officer in July last year.
Begin to draw to a close, just a few seconds.
When she wrote to the developer, and thankfully Councillor Waters has already read what she said, which was that any revised scheme should, in my opinion, be for a single maximum 2-storey dwelling away from the site boundary.
Thank you.
We hope you'll reject this application. Just to clarify on the dimensions, I've got a sheet here, only one each, if the chair would allow me to pass them around, that show, there's a little table on the side that show the distances.
Do members have any questions they would like to put to Mr. Ranger? I don't see anyone. Thank you very much. And then Paul McGrath. In your own time, 3 minutes.
There are around 50 local resident objection comments on the application. No one locally supports this application. It will impact the residents of one side of Grange Street and those on Fulford Road, and the parking and access issues on Grange Garth will be increased. How can a previous recommendation of a single 2-storey property somehow be turned into approval of 3 houses with very little change and explanation? As it said in error, because it's very confusing. The whole process seems to lack clarity and transparency. As a layperson, can it be explained to me how the process works? If something not fit for purpose in a previous planning application, such as when the applicant proposed putting the wheelie bins from the new houses onto Grange Street, when Grange Street already has a problem with waste and pests, and we can't have wheelie bins. To me, it seems like a bizarre proposal that, in my limited understanding, showed how poorly thought out the whole thing has been, and what I would have thought would have been enough to say, come back with something sensible. But actually, it feels like, to many of us, as if the applicant has been coached and spoon-fed what to propose and alter. These houses won't be affordable to those affected by the cost of living and housing crisis, and certainly won't make any impression on the lack of social housing. It is maximising as much money as the applicant and developer can. The applicant has turned the Priory Hotel into two £1 million houses. If the motive was to help the community, why not turn it into a care home for the elderly? Anyone on the panel who hasn't visited site, you've got to go. The plan can't be approved simply by looking at it on paper. The site is simply too small for 3 large houses. Please come and take a look from my garden. Well, from the entrance to the site itself, it looks overcrowded and overbearing, just with a skip, a couple of vans, and the tree stump that was cut down previously with all this going on. It's got to be visited before you make any sort of approval. Emergency service will definitely be having access issues. We know that Fulford Road is really busy. Grange Street is very, very narrow. I've seen ambulances struggle to get down Grange Street. I've seen ambulances struggle to navigate the traffic on Fulford Road. The development is to be excluded from the R20 residential parking area due to this being at capacity. However, considering that the residents' parking restrictions on Grange Garth Monday to Saturday 9 till 5, the extra cars would inevitably park on Grange Garth outside of these hours, causing extreme congestion to the current residents. This part of the proposal cannot realistically be enforced unless, for example, their visitors all come by taxi or Uber. Where are they going to park?
About 20 seconds.
Paragraph 5.24 states the proposals are considered acceptable and will not cause harm to neighbour amenity when all factors have been considered: noise, overlooking, loss of privacy, loss of light and overbearing. The residents thoroughly disagree with this statement, as can be seen from the depth of comments on the application online. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you. Again, opportunity for members to ask any questions. No. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Our next public speaker, Graham Holbeck, who is speaking in support as agent of the applicant. Mr. Holbeck.
Thank you, Chair. I think the mic's already on. So, this is the second planning application on this site, and our involvement began after the first scheme was withdrawn. I think that we would agree that the original proposal for 4 houses did bring development too close to the properties on Grange Street, but the officers have given clear advice on appropriate separation distances, which has informed the revised scheme for 3 dwellings. It's actually been a very good example of how officers and developers can work together to find acceptable design solutions, and the officer report summarises the case very well in our view. There have been a number of objections to the proposal set out on page 7 of the report, but I think it's important to note that the scheme has moved on since some of these were made. Look, we understand neighbours and neighbouring residents have become used to this site operating as a car park and free from built development. However, it is now a redundant pocket of brownfield land in the urban area and a highly sustainable location for residential development. Planning policy directs us to make effective use of such sites. For instance, the local plan sets a density target for land in the urban area at 50 dwellings per hectare, which would equate to 4.3 properties for this site. The NPPF states that planning decisions should give substantial weight to the value of using brownfield land, proposals for which should be approved unless substantial harm would be caused. This is a very high bar, and in this case, the officer has found that no harm will be caused to residential amenity and that the scheme responds to its context in terms of design, scale and materials. The site is quite an awkward shape, with the mews houses sited towards a wider part of the plot and fronting onto a shared courtyard. The building line is stepped with the first floor set back to achieve appropriate separation distances to the existing terrace housing on Fulford Road and on Grange Street, and the ridge height either falls below or is equivalent to these properties. The majority of them also contain attic accommodation. A high quality palette of materials is proposed, and overall we consider the new development will fit neatly into this infill site along Grange Garth which is of a mixed residential character. There's also an added benefit to this scheme in that the developer has offered to restore the footpath at the front of the site, which has become overgrown and has not been in a usable condition for at least the last few years. This will improve accessibility for both existing and future residents. To sum up, the applicant has worked hard with officers to meet appropriate design standards to reach a position where this is now a policy compliant development. They are an active local developer, so these houses will be built. Again, the NPPF recognises that small sites like this one can make an important contribution to meeting the housing requirement for a local authority and can often be built out relatively quickly. This is vitally important in York, given the housing land supply position, and if members endorse the officer recommendation for approval, the intention is to commence works this summer. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Wardby.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
So in the objections, it states that these buildings, the new proposed buildings, are not in keeping with the street view or scene. What has been the thought process behind this, and why the materials and the look of it?
Well, I mean, it's obviously quite an awkward site to develop, as I mentioned in my 3 minutes. You know, it's a bit of a pizza slice, and the front part of the site is sterilised to a degree because of the need to retain access to the garages, the existing garages that serve the converted hotel. So that obviously pushed the development to the wider part of the plot. I mean, the site on two sides is surrounded by terraced housing on Fulford Road and Grange Street. And the idea was to mimic the form of those housing, both in terms of the scale and, again, as I referred to in my speech, the dormers. The majority of those houses do contain attic accommodation. Of course, because a lot of the ground floor space is occupied by the garages and the need to provide off-street parking provision, that kind of meant that the living space is on the first floor, the front part of the buildings, and then the bedrooms are in the attic space. But just to add to that, the materials do reflect the palette of materials in the local area. If you walk around Grange Garth in particular, it's quite a varied character. Obviously, Fulford Road and Grange Street are more uniform in their appearance. So,
Councillor Bassey.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd just like to ask you if you can explain how the plans as submitted, in your view, will avoid conflict between the owners of the existing garages and the new development, given the existing parking that happens in front of those garages at the moment.
Yeah, I'll do my best to explain that. We do have the applicant in the audience who obviously deals with the legal side of it, but my understanding, Ian, can pull him up if we need to. Basically, those garages have a right of access and easement, but the control of the so that to allow them to come in and out of the garages, of course, but the control of the land lies with the applicant in this case, and there will be a management company agreement in place for the site, which prevents them, whereas they can come in and out, they have a 6 metre easement in the back of the garages or at the front of the garages to allow them to manoeuvre in and out of the garage space themselves. The management company will prevent them from actually parking in front of it. The vehicles that you saw in the photos are actually, at the moment, the site has been used as a compound for the development along Fulford Road. We did try we asked the applicant to clear the site to allow you to actually see it in context without, piles of rubble and vehicles all over it. But they were site worker vehicles. Now, obviously, for those existing garage spaces, if they have visitors coming and going as it is today, well, they might park on the site because it hasn't got a use, but they will be prevented from doing so legally in the future.
Right, okay.
If you need me to expand on that point, like I say, I will bring in the developer because he deals
I
with
think
the
so.
legal agreement.
And are you telling us that the owners of the garages already know that?
Yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously in the report, it talks about how you were advised in those discussions with the planning officers, how you were kind of requested to make the third dwelling smaller. I know, it's great that you as developers and agents are working with the planning officers, but obviously that's a piece of what seems like quite serious advice that has been you know, purposefully rejected. I was wondering if you could talk us through the thinking on that, please.
What you have to remember with the site plan is that the first floor is actually. Oh, sorry. Yeah, what you have to remember with the site plan is that's obviously the ground floor layout, but the first floor is set back from the ground floor. So the first floor is not quite as close as it appears there on to the boundaries of the site. The issue with the third house is that the previous iteration of the drawing showed the third house close up to the boundary with Fulford Road, a very short separation distance, and then we were advised to actually make that smaller in order to reduce the impact on the properties on Fulford Road. But actually, when we reconfigured the site, we were able to pull it 7 metres away from the boundary, which effectively dealt with that issue. We could see where if you had a gable tight up against the boundary, that was causing a concern for officers. But rather than keep it in its same place and reduce the height, we found a solution, which was to move it away from the boundary.
Thank you. Can I ask one more question? Just another thing in terms of house 2. Obviously, house 2 has a significantly smaller garden than house 1 and house 3.
Yeah.
And I was wondering if you could just talk to that as well, but I probably should have asked this in the plans question. You know, the little kind of beigey area out the back of the house. What is that?
That's a patio.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's.
So it would be part of the amenity space. It is smaller than the properties on either side of it.
Do you know what the dimensions of it are in terms
of the patio?
like, of the garden for particularly for house 2, like roughly in square meters?
Not off the top of my
Sorry,
head.
that's
But I mean, I do know that if you take it back from the bifold doors, which would be a kitchen diner space, obviously the bifold doors will open out. You've got a minimum of 7 metres then of garden space. And obviously as the site tapers away, that 7 metres will increase. So it is still a reasonable garden, although it doesn't appear as large as the ones on either side of it.
So that's 7 metres from sort of the edge of the house there to the shortest bit.
Yes.
Is that borne out in the plan? Sorry, I'm just trying to find the bit of paper somewhere here that has all the meters on it, because
there is I don't know what there is a plan that shows the distances from first floor.
Okay. I won't be able to find my bit of paper because I thought that was one of the distances that was in question. But
I've got a drawing here.
Excellent.
Am I allowed to share this?
They're all in our plans anyway, aren't they? It's just what page it's on.
If I could, is that okay, Chair?
This is beyond that. You can see that
So does that mean that this distance here from the ground floor actually isn't 7 metres? It's 7 metres. Oh, sorry. So that's 7 metres.
At the moment, we're not all party to this.
Yeah, sorry.
So if you could just repeat that into the microphone, that would be helpful.
Yes, sorry. Is there a drawing? I'm just asking the case officer if there's a drawing with the dimensions.
Unfortunately, we've not been able to immediately locate.
Right. Okay.
I think this plan is the plan that we're looking at now. It's just got the dimensions on. So if you
it's not, sorry, that's the first floor plan.
Right.
So if
that is a shorter than 7 metre distance from the ground
Yes.
floor, but it's 7 metres from the first floor.
so, can you see where? So if you're looking at just house 2, and obviously,
And that's shortest distance from the boundary.
yeah, so the shortest distance. So where the patio starts. So the beige area, where the bifold doors is, and then there's a beige area starts. Are we looking at that?
Yeah.
So the distance from the, oh, there we go.
Sorry.
We'll probably just, I've got a scale ruler.
I
Fine.
think that probably wouldn't work on the.
Just bear with us for a moment, and hopefully we'll be able to bring it up, and that would help everybody, so we can see what we're all talking about. I think what we're trying to be clear about is the distances at first floor level. Can I just ask if there are any other questions members are wanting to put to Mr. Holbeck? Can we deal with this? I'll give
Yeah.
Councillor Waters, and if we can, we'll come back. Can I just explain? We'll come back to this. It would be extremely helpful. If it's going to take a little longer, when we've come to the end of these questions, as we have now been almost an hour and a half, we'll take a comfort break at that point, and hopefully when we resume with a further opportunity to ask questions of officers, we might then have been able to bring that up. But Councillor Waters.
Just out of curiosity, returning to condition 5, I'd seen it on your design and access statement about, well, presumably offering to use timber windows and doors. Did you offer to do that, or was that a suggestion by the planning authority? It just seems a very strange maintenance liability going forward. We haven't got the drawings up now for future owners to have to maintain those dormer windows up there, because it's obviously a scaffolding job and very expensive every time. Presumably using aluminium powder coated windows similar to the bifocals, or even using plastic composite doors. Maintenance wise would seem very sensible going forward. I just wondered what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I imagine the architect specified that just due to the quality of materials, painted timber being seen as a more sympathetic and high quality material. They're not wedded to it, but that was the thought process behind it.
It's just if you return to page 8 and 9 of tonight's agenda and looked at the minutes from last month, if you weren't wedded to use of those materials, then there's an open door for you to use something that is a bit more practical.
Yeah, I mean, normally the materials would obviously be agreed, you know, the actual detail of the materials would be agreed on the condition. But the specification of, you know, red brick, slate roofs and timber windows was just to ensure the quality of the development, which is normally well received. So we were just basing it on previous applications.
Okay, can I just give Becky Eads the opportunity to make comment on what I think was probably unhelpful reference to other applications.
Can we please be aware that it isn't an open door? That was one single decision that was made. That's not officer advice. That is an opinion of one councillor. That isn't an open door. I do not want that out there, that we have an open door to put plastic windows in such instances. In this case, it was put forward by the applicant. We've agreed it and conditioned it as such. It isn't that we've asked for it. It's been put forward. We've agreed and conditioned it as such. This isn't the local authority insisting. It's been put forward. We've agreed and we've conditioned it as such.
Thank you.
Oh, can I talk? Am I okay to talk to this drawing?
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
So if we're talking about house 2, I'm just going to talk about the bottom left corner of house 2. So that dimension, 7 meters, is from the first floor to the boundary. So not from the ground floor, from the first floor to the boundary. And that the reason that's on there is to demonstrate that there's sufficient distance to protect the privacy of those properties along Grange Street. The distance from the bottom left corner of house 2 to the boundary is not specified. Looking at the drawing, it would be closer to 4.5 meters. So that part of the garden, if that's what the question relates to, would obviously be the narrower part of the garden. But then, of course, as you move along the elevation as you move to the east along house 2, the garden extends to, again, that 8.5 metre dimension is actually from the first floor of house 3 to the boundary, but it also shows you how wide or how long the garden will be for house 2 at that point.
Councillor
Sorry,
Councillor Nelson, will you?
It-
Yeah.
That, in the same way that that isn't 7, it's about 4, that wouldn't be 8.5 from the ground floor.
No, but you can
would-
see where
would
the,
be about.
you can see
6.
where the ground floor for house 2
Yes.
meets the first floor to house 1. Just Rebecca, just that point, yeah.
Oh, so that is
Yeah,
the
so that
distance from
part of the
there.
garden is
Okay,
8.5 metres,
brilliant,
yeah.
thank you.
Sorry, it's not easy to do without a pointer.
I appreciate your clarification
No,
on
no,
that,
that's fine.
and thank you, Becky, for finding that drawing. That is the drawing that I was
Yeah.
being shown. I think that helps everything a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing that up. That was helpful. I haven't seen any other indications that members have questions. So as I suggested a moment ago, I think that as it is almost 6 o'clock, at this point, we'll just take a 10-minute comfort break and we'll resume in 10 minutes, just before 10 past 6, at which point we'll then have the opportunity to ask further questions of officers. Thank you very much to all our public speakers. We'll start again in just a moment. I think we're all back. We're good. So continuing this meeting of the City of York Council Planning Committee B on the evening of Thursday, 30th of January 2025, considering the application of land to the rear of 128 Fulford Road. Having heard all that we've heard so far, there is now further opportunity to ask questions of officers, and I think it would be helpful to begin by picking up on some of the questions around highways and parking. So I've asked Ian, who's a member of the Highways Department, if he could be available to answer questions, and maybe if we could begin with that, it would be helpful. So if members have questions they would like to put specifically, Councillor Orwell.
Thank you, Chair. Ian, on page 17, you expressed concerns about the highway issues, and then on page 18, you commenting on the revived submissions, you still have concerns about the garage sizes. Does it still concern you in relation to the application?
Hi, yeah, I'm Ian Stokes, Principal Highway Development Control Engineer. In terms of the application and the process it goes through, I think the applicant, one of the speakers mentioned before, it was like a continual discussion with council officers. Yes, at the initial stage I had concerns, but we've gradually worked through those now, and the application that's as submitted, the garage sizes are suitable for actually getting a car in and being able to get out of it. So I'm happy with the sizes of the garages. And for the garage at property number 2, is it the one in the middle? It's large enough now to be able to accommodate 2 cycles down the side and 2 at the end of it as well. So it meets its requirement for cycle parking through the space in the garage.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Bassett? Is that a supplementary?
It's related to the same issue.
Yes, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Nelson.
Yeah, it's about traffic movements. So we've seen quite a lot, we've got quite a lot in the report about what you could describe possible conflicts between different people trying to access the garages on the proposed development and the garages on the existing development. I'd just like you to clarify what it is we're allowed to consider and not consider, because simply as an ordinary person, I see those images on the drawings, and it does concern me as to how we avoid conflict. So I'd just like your professional view on whether conflict will be avoided and whether we're allowed to consider it or not.
Okay, the first thing in this is a private development, so it's not a highway or an area that's to be adopted by the highway authority, the council in that respect. The second thing is, it was mentioned earlier on that the garages that are as built on site don't match what was approved in the previous planning application for the Priory Hotel. From what I can recall, that application provided parking for up to 5 vehicles because there was a double garage and another double garage plus a parking space to the north of the second double garage. So there were 5 parking spaces overall. One of the applicants, again, representative, has already stated there's an easement to allow access into those garages. In terms of parking for this proposed development, City of York Council's parking standards are maximum standards for car parking, so they can be relaxed down depending on where the location of the development is and how accessible it is by sustainable transport. So the 3 garages that are proposed allow 3 vehicles to be parked. Therefore, we've allowed it and relaxed it down to 1 parking space per dwelling, given its location. There is also a condition applied to say that the garages shall remain for use as garages. So the only parking spaces that are available within this development are the garages. There's a further issue and a measure put in place to prevent this development utilising the residents' parking zone, noting that it only applies from 9 till 5 weekdays, primarily to prevent commuter parking and people parking to go in the city centre. And vehicle tracking was provided earlier on, and my comments in November were related to the position at the time that it was 2 parking spaces per dwelling up to the council's maximum standards, and there wouldn't be space to manoeuvre if a vehicle was parked in front of the garage. Now that it's been relaxed down to 1 and vehicles can park in the garages, we are satisfied with the vehicle tracking that a vehicle could get in and out.
Right, and to be double sure I've understood you, on this development, these houses, the potential owners of these dwellings wouldn't be allowed to park outside their own houses, only in their garages.
That's the intention. Obviously, if people do park outside their garages, it's a matter for them to resolve because it's not on the highway. But the space has been provided for them to park a car in our garage. And so they're prevented from parking in the res park zone. So given the location, given the sustainable transport options available, you would hope that the residents would only own 1 car and they would park it in the garage.
Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. My supplementary was just on the garage sizes. I just wondered if you had any kind of comment on the public speaker's comments about larger cars. And I think, you know, the reality is that 4x4s are very different to the kind of saloon cars that we see here.
Yeah, we as a section are very aware of the changes in car sizes. The building regulations are based on car dimensions from the 1970s, so they're not keeping pace. Our highway design guide is currently suspended because it's quite old and it needs to be updated. Our working dimensions for garages at the moment are for a garage with cycle parking 6.9 metres long, 6.3 metres long by 4.5 metres wide. But that doesn't allow for a little bit of space to get behind a parked car. So actually it's 7.5 metres by 4.5. If we're looking at a garage without cycle parking, sorry, can I just go back? I've given you the wrong dimensions. But a garage with 2 cycles parked down the side of a car, it's 4.1 metres by 6.1. That's our working minimum dimensions for a garage to be considered as a parking space because it allows for the parking of cycles within it as well and gives space for you to walk a cycle past a car parked within the garage.
So what about your minimum sizing for a garage?
The absolute minimum dimension for a garage without parking within it, if you just bear with me, I need to just find.
Sorry, I meant more it's for a garage that is only to be used as a parking space.
Yeah, that's what I'm
sorry,
I'm just looking for the dimension. Again, it's only a working guide. It's not formal policy or anything at the moment.
I was just going to reiterate that this is it's informal. It's not something that is set down in planning policy. It's just something that we work into. It's not necessarily something that we would be able to hang a reason for refusal on if it wasn't of these dimensions, because it's not a adopted policy document at the moment. So it's guidance and it's what they're working to as best practice, and most people work with us to achieve that. But if it doesn't achieve it, we'd have to look at it in the round in terms of what the development was.
I understand that. I suppose what I'm really trying to get to the bottom of is, are these garages within those guidelines that we work to, or are they smaller? They are within them. Yeah.
Given the applicant our working dimensions, and the garages have been enlarged to meet those. So to answer your question, a minimum size for a garage, but not to count as a parking space, is 3.2 metres wide by 5.5 metres long, and that's the internal dimensions. Yeah.
But
Clear
that's
dimensions.
not to count as a parking space.
But it doesn't count as a parking space.
And the minimum one that counts as a parking space is 6.1 by 4.1. which
Yes,
the two smallest garages on these plans meet?
the.
Or is it the bigger garage?
The bigger
in
garage
the middle
does.
that meets that?
It meets that and provides for 4 cycle parking spaces.
So if the middle garage is 6.1 by 4.1, which meets the guidelines that we work to, which I appreciate aren't written down in policy, to be the minimum size for a garage to be used as a parking space, does that mean that the house 1 and 3, their garage sizes do not meet our minimum guidelines, which
They,
set, you know,
This-
that we work to for a garage to be used as a parking space?
they count as a garage in which you can park a car and get out of it. But because a lot of garages are used for storage, you need to make them bigger to be able to park a car and store in it as well. So they do not count as a parking space because people may put storage in there, therefore they can't park their car in it.
So when,
Hang-
sorry.
Hang on, we're getting a bit.
Yeah,
it's-
please.
There is a condition on there that says that they should only be used for car parking spaces. So there is a condition that we feel is reasonable that would ensure that they remain as car parking spaces. We've had clear advice from Highways that they're happy with that and that that's achieving the standard that we would want with where this site is. So
Can I
I
just
think what-
clarify one more thing? Are we happy that that is big enough to park a big car?
It's
Which
big enough
was
to
where you
park
felt it.
a car that we use to assess parking places and parking dimensions, which is more or less a big car.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is this also around parking, Councillor Malley? Or other highways related issues?
Yeah, it's 2 questions that are both supplementary to what's already been said, if that's okay. Because I appreciate what you've said about this being a private development and it not becoming adopted highway. But the existing garages that is north up, the southernmost garage, if somebody was to drive in forwards from the road and drive into that garage and park in there, so they've driven into the garage in a forward direction, is there enough manoeuvring space for them to reverse out of that garage and move into the highway in forward gear?
Vehicle tracking's been supplied for the proposed development garages and the existing garages, and vehicles can do that.
Okay, thank you. And my other question was about the residence parking zone and what assumptions you've made when you've come to your assessment that it's acceptable. Because there's a condition, I think it's pre-commencement, saying that it would have to be a TRO to make sure it's not included in the res park zone. So does that mean when you've looked at parking impact from this development, you've assumed that there would be no increased parking in that residence parking zone at all as a result of this development?
No, my way of looking at it is that this development, sorry, the resident parking zone in which this development sits is already oversubscribed. So we don't want to add any more demand for residents parking in there, hence it's being removed from the residents parking zone. So no one will be able to apply for a permit to park in it.
But if anyone in these dwellings had a visitor who was a blue badge holder, they would be able to park in that res park zone. If anyone in these dwellings needed visiting carers, those carers would be able to park in the res park zone. So it would add, in your view, how much pressure to that already oversubscribed?
Not a lot, because there's only 3 dwellings. And also outside the hours of 9 till 5, Monday to Saturday, there are no restrictions on parking in that particular parking bays. So people would be able to access them as much as anybody else would be outside of those hours.
Councillor Baxter. Oh, it's already been answered. Okay. I don't see any other questions around highways, parking. Okay. Thank you very much. That doesn't mean there won't be questions about other things. So, Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions about biodiversity and the update, the conditions, recommended conditions and the update we've been given. So in your update, you've explained why it isn't possible to condition the 10% biodiversity net gain maintained for 30 years. But there is a condition, conditions 8, which is about the landscaping scheme, and that's conditioned for a period of be maintained for a period of 10 years. Why can't that be, why can that be a condition for 10 years but not 30 years? And my other question was about condition, sorry, I've lost it, the one about bat boxes and bird boxes. Basically, I'm just wondering why it isn't a preoccupation condition. Why is the onus on the developer or applicant to come up with the scheme for biodiversity net game and bird box and bat boxes, but then it doesn't need to be implemented until 6 weeks after the property is occupied. So then the burden is on the future purchasers or renters to actually provide those biodiversity measures. Have you found condition? 17, sorry, condition 17.
Biodiversity net gain, because it's private gardens, the clubbing that are going to be providing the net gain, we can't secure it for 30 years with a maintenance. The landscaping condition came separately, is separate to that. I don't think we can ask for it to be 30 years, 10 years is long enough. The bird and bat boxes, I don't know what conditions that, sorry?
It's condition 17. It's about biodiversity enhancement plans needing to be implemented within 6 weeks of first occupation. Why is it not prior to occupation?
It could be prior to occupation. I hadn't really considered it in that much detail.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering,
it's kind of prior within 6 weeks of first occupation. First occupation is a defined date, so it's easy to kind of use as a yardstick. Prior to occupation could be any time, but I don't see why, depending what the solicitors say, it couldn't be prior to 6 weeks or prior to first occupation. We can change that.
It just seems to me that it'd be easier to install these sorts of biodiversity enhancement measures during the construction phase or while the buildings are being kind of finished. And then rather than the properties being bought and then enforcement having to take enforcement action against 3 separate properties to come and say, you've just bought this property, you haven't got your, you know, now you have to go and put bat boxes in or whatever. Shouldn't it be the developer who has to provide that biodiversity enhancement rather than future occupants?
Can I just, so the condition is written, this is my understanding, it says a biodiversity enhancement plan shall be submitted to and be approved in writing prior to the first occupation. So that's your first part of your condition. We've said you've got to put a plan and drawing submitted to us, so you've got to tick that box. The content of the plan shall include, but not be limited to, the erection and installation of bat and bird boxes on the new buildings or site or adjacent trees. Thereafter, the plan drawing shall be implemented within 6 weeks of the first occupation. So it's been worded that way because we've asked for the plan before occupation. You can't then go, we'll have a plan before occupation. Then there needs to be a gap in between for it to be implemented. Does that make sense? So we've given them 6 weeks to then implement it. I would say that if anybody's buying one of these properties, I would hope they would be aware of conditions and restraints on that as part of that they would then have to do this as part. It may be that it might be implemented by the developer, but in terms of writing planning conditions, we need different hooks. So you can't say prior to occupation, we want a scheme, but then before you've done that, as soon as you've done that, you've then got to implement it. It's just giving them time to implement it once we've approved a scheme.
I mean, I've never looked at planning conditions on a property before renting it. Is that normal? Well, yeah, I mean, once it's occupied, the developer isn't going to be coming onto site to climb up occupied homes to install bird box and bat boxes.
We have to make, I know, I see exactly what you're saying and I get it, but we've got to make conditions reasonable and we've got to be able to implement them. So if we're saying they should submit the plan before it's occupied, we then need to give them time, once we've agreed that scheme, to actually put the thing in place on site, and we felt that 6 weeks was a reasonable amount of time.
Okay, other questions? Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as Councillor Melly's raised it, condition 8, again, why is the landscaping, when it's considered integral to the amenity of the scheme and the immediate area, is it only to be kept for 10 years in theory, when all the trees that's planted can be hacked down and there's no comeback? Why isn't it there for the lifetime of the development, which is what we've been, or certainly I've been banging on about for years? I thought we were making progress with that.
Because 10 years is considered a reasonable amount of time for the landscaping to become established. And that's why we've done it, and that's a reasonable, as we always advise you, that's what we consider to be a reasonable and imposable condition. Anything other than that, given that it will be established after 10 years, isn't necessarily reasonable. If there's, that's the advice we've given. It's in private gardens as well, the landscaping, isn't it? So we've got to be reasonable in terms of what we're imposing on people and new dwellings, and that's what we consider in this instance is reasonable.
But surely being reasonable extends to the immediate surroundings of the area and the neighbours and their expectation of landscaping and trees and a bit of cover, which in theory can simply disappear after 10 years.
We might well return to this as we do on other applications. Councillor Baxter, is it supplementary? Is your question supplementary, Councillor Baxter? Councillor Nelson.
Sorry, thank you for raising condition 8, Councillor Waters. I just wanted to clarify in terms of the amendment in the document where it removes the bit about biodiversity net gain from the sort of permitted development question. My understanding is, so the reason that there is, I think 28% biodiversity net gain, which is, you know, obviously above minimum, and that's great, is because of the gardens. And my understanding when I read the original papers was that that condition was then to stop people basically then paving over the gardens, in which case the biodiversity net gain would be lost. I thought that was what was being conditioned. Is that what's been taken out? Yeah. Why has that been taken out if that means that the BNG could be? It's explain that at the beginning. Go on. Yeah, sorry.
Because it's private gardens, we can't secure it for 30 years. So there's a statutory condition which is an informative, and that requires the submission of a biodiversity gain plan, but the biodiversity isn't significant. So because it's not significant, you can't have a maintenance plan. And because it's in private gardens, you can't secure it for 30 years. So we got the advice before the committee report was published that there was an error in publishing it. It should have not gone to be published.
It's basically sort of moot, the BNG in terms of this site, because it's a small site, and if as long as there is a net gain on completion, if it's immediately lost, there's not really anything that can be done, because it's, in any case, regardless of how much the gain was, is that right? Because it's a small and residential site.
Yes, but you'd assume that it wouldn't
be.
But it's something, it's a new concept we're working through as well.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Is it Councillor Massey?
Supplementary to that, Chair. So my understanding is the new legislation allows, in circumstances where net gain cannot be put on site or confirmed on site, that a contribution be made to support biodiversity net gain in the vicinity. And in this context, one might think improving biodiversity along the banks of the Ouse, where there are several community projects for such things. Is that an option for us here if we can't guarantee biodiversity net gain on this development?
Simple answer is no, because we've already given the advice around the BNG and that it is achieving an increase, and because of the scale of the site, we've covered it through the informative, and that's as much as we feel we can do, given the extra legislation that's in place.
But we've simultaneously said that we can't confirm that any of that will stay after the development opens.
That's because of the size of the site. If it was a larger site where the BNG and then we have to have the credits and you buy and all the rest of it, yes, fine, we can. That's not one of these sites. It's a small, this isn't a site that falls within that. It's a small site. Obviously, there's a completely different set of parameters within that. So yes, if it was a bigger site, we could potentially do the credits and go down that route. It's not, it's a smaller site, and that's why we are where we are.
So again,
Thank
just
you.
to make sure I've understood. So you're saying because it's a small site, we can't ask for a contribution? Thank you.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. Just slightly going back a little bit, in terms of a lot of in the objections was brought up the distance between the proposed houses and where the existing houses are, and it references the SPD and the distances there. Apologies if I've missed it in the papers anywhere, but could you give us a comparison of what the SPD sort of bare minimum is for distances and what this site is, if that makes sense?
I think that's clear.
So the SPD you're referring to is the householder extension, which is used as a guide. It's not a definitive. The SPD says first floor rear windows overlooking the ground floor of property to the rear, 21 metres. First floor overlooking garden to the rear, 7 metres. I think I've explained in my report that this is a tighter urban area than other suburban areas. The distances I measure, there's lots of different distances that are that have been put forward in the representations and by the architects. All the distances from the first floor from the bedrooms are at least, or they're around 18 metres, apart from one which is 16 metres to an area of wall with no windows in. The garden boundaries are all 7 metres apart from one small 6.7 metres, so only 30 centimetres off the 7 metre boundary.
Could I just come back on that, Chair? So am I right in saying that in the majority of it, it does meet the SPD guidance, and it's just guidance, it's not we don't have to stick to that, but where it does, it's been deemed appropriate because it's an urban area, is that right?
It's not the 21 metres, it's 18, so it's 3 metres less, but it is a tighter urban area. And that's guidance from a long time ago, and there's a lot of emphasis in the NPPF about increasing densities of housing, you know, unless there was significant harm.
So it's because of it being deemed an urban area that it's deemed more acceptable, is that right?
Yeah, right, we don't stick to 21 metres everywhere.
Right.
Case by case.
Councillor Melly, and then unless this is supplementary, Councillor Melly.
It was just a member of the public raised a question about sunlight survey and the impact on their home, loss of sunlight of this development. Councillor Nelson has helpfully had a look at the planning portal for me, and we can't see a sunlight survey. Has one been done? Should one have been done?
No, one hasn't been done. The development is north of the boundaries on the houses on Grange Street, so that's generally acceptable when it's north. 130 to 132 Fulford Road, that was where there was some concern there might be, but it's been pulled off the boundary by 7 metres. There's stepped housing, and we now feel that it's acceptable in terms of the distances. I know there was information in the submission that was printed out for you to all read. We obviously haven't made an independent assessment of that, and we don't know if it's accurate. That's obviously that information that's been provided by a neighbour.
No supplementaries on that, Councillor Bassey. I thought you had another question.
I was going to ask the same question.
Okay. Councillor Melly?
Sorry, hopefully just a really quick question. There's a recommended condition about the obscured glazing, which also includes, I can't remember the exact wording is, but about the window being sealed shut and not being openable. Are there kind of building regulations or anything that would ensure proper ventilation for those bathrooms if the windows aren't openable? to prevent mold and that sort of thing?
I think that's
Property.
building control rather than planning. The standard condition is obscure glazing fixture, so we haven't altered the standard condition we usually apply.
It'd be covered through the building regs.
Yeah, and would it definitely be, so if we were to approve that condition, it would be reasonable to not have that method of ventilation allowed?
To not have that method.
Yeah,
Yeah,
not
it's-
have a
that-
method of
that's
being able
the-
to open the window for ventilation.
Yeah, that's a standard condition, yeah. They'd have to put a different kind of ventilation in there.
And we know that they would have to under some other regulations outside of PMA.
it's-
Building regs would require that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nelson.
I just, considering I asked this question of the agent, I feel like it would be reasonable to ask you as well. In terms of that discussion around house 3 being reduced in size and then it hasn't been reduced in size, would you have liked to see it reduced in size? Are you completely, I suppose you probably can't say I would have, but it'd be great if you could just talk a little bit around that process, because obviously you requested for it to be smaller.
We have to consider what's in front of us. It has been amended since it was originally submitted, and officers are now content that the proposal is acceptable.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. That being the case, we begin to move towards a decision, and I'd be interested in contributions as we do so. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Just to try and move it on a bit, I'd just like to say I fully support the planning officer's recommendation of the 11th of June last year, and as such should lead to a refusal of the current application in front of us. It's clearly gross overdevelopment of the site. Should it go ahead, look at the lives it will ruin. We should be taking every opportunity to pick up on these separation distances as a reason for refusal. Whether it's gross overdevelopment, the amenity aspects. That's how I'm trying to move this forward. Is there a seconder for a refusal?
The way that we have to conduct these
I'm just
decisions,
trying to
as you're
assist you,
fully-
bearing in mind it's 20 to 7.
I know, but I think that's no reason to shortcut the process. We have to consider the officer's recommendation before we consider any other recommendation. But we've heard the points that you've made, and I'd be interested to hear what Councillor Nelson has to say.
Thank you. I know that I have asked too many questions, so apologies to
Not at
everyone. But I do have to, I can't help but feel that this is gross, it's overdevelopment. I completely understand and respect and have looked at everything that the officers have said. And so I feel like maybe I really would like to agree with the officer recommendation, but I just can't see how this isn't overdevelopment. My reasons being, twofold mainly. I think you can see that, I really agree with the principle of building on this site. It's a perfect site to build residential properties on. It's brownfield. It has the space, but it's not just their 3 properties, it's that they're 3 big properties. They go all the way to the top, even though they're not officially 3-storey. But they're 3 big family homes. So you're potentially looking at quite a significant number of residents in these homes amalgamated. And yet the middle house particularly is 4 meters at its shortest point from the boundary of the houses behind. So I know that a lot of work has gone into those separation distances, but I still don't think that they're enough. But the biggest concern for me actually is kind of a safety and like amenity for the residents living there in terms of parking and highway stuff. It just seems to me that they can't access the res park because it's oversubscribed. If they were to access the res park, it would impact the amenity of the neighbours and the residents around there negatively. But equally, there isn't even a single visitor space on this site. So there's no, even if it was, I'm not saying that I would advocate for 2 parking spaces per house, but there's not even room for 1 car to be visiting at any time. And that's not taking into account the residents coming in and out of their garages, which I feel like is a bit of a like an elephant in the room. There is a triple garage there with cars coming in and out of it. Obviously, they won't be able to park in front of their garage. I think people can understand that, accept that, and move on. But whatever is going on in the front of this development, even if you only have three cars belonging to those houses, there's nowhere for a visitor. There's nowhere for a carer. It just strikes me that it doesn't work. And the moment one person parks in the wrong place, or parks a motorbike, or leaves their bike out, you're potentially looking at dangerous and impractical manoeuvres of cars. If two people are trying to get in and out at the same time, you're not looking at a safe situation. So the kind of main reasons that I would be suggesting that we consider refusing this would be to do with the amenity of residents who live nearby, because particularly that house too, it is so close to the boundary at the back, and I do think there is a point to be made there. I think there's something about the amenity of residents living there, in terms of, and Becky will obviously tell me if this is absolutely, I'm barking up the wrong tree, but I think there is a question, particularly with house two, about the outdoor space and whether that is suitable for a family. I know there's no guidelines on gardens though, but I also think there's something about, it's obviously overdevelopment because there's just not room for everyone to get in and out and have one visitor.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. I'm looking to see how others might want to respond. Councillor Bassey, then Councillor Melly.
Chair, yeah. I understand all the concerns that have been raised. I've shared some of those concerns about parking and vehicle movement. I think we've had answers from the highways officer on that issue. I'm unhappy about what's happening about biodiversity, but that's outside my gift. We have other places where we need to be sorting that out going forwards. If I look at the map on page 49 in our document, and I consider the number of houses being proposed for this plot, and compare it with the number of houses in adjoining streets on a plot of that size, what I actually see is 7 or 8 homes on the next street built on the same area of land. So I understand the concerns about the development, but I'm struggling to see that it's impossible to build 3 homes on a plot that's roughly the same size as the next street where there are 7 or 8 homes. I do have concerns about access to garages, not only on the next plot, the ones that exist beyond this development, but also being able to turn into these garages and possible conflicts. But again, highways officers and transport people have told us, well, there are things we can consider, things we can't consider, and that in their view, they think it can be managed. In all of that context, therefore, I find it hard to refuse the application as presented. I recognise the challenges, but given the answers that we've been given, I think I would support the officer recommendation.
Councillor Melly.
Yeah, I mean, it always comes down to a balance, doesn't it? Planning balance, and I think this one is really, really close in the balance. It could almost tip either way. There are so many aspects of this application where it's just about acceptable. It just about meets policy. And I feel like usually with applications, you have most policies being met really clearly, and 1 or 2 where it's only just, and it's just, yeah. Whereas this one, it's just like it's everything is only just meeting policy, and that's what we've got to assess, really. I think there's some minor things that we haven't discussed, like the bin stores. You know, we heard from the applicant's agent that they were trying to reflect the existing development in the area in terms of densities and, you know, the terrace layout, but the other properties don't have shared bin arrangements. The other surrounding properties don't have vehicle movements on and off the dwelling sites, it's not exactly the same, and those differences, I think, raise issues. I haven't talked about whether the garages open out into the turning circles of other garages and other accesses. When you drive out of a garage, you don't just drive out and drive off, you have to drive out and then shut the door, and then you're blocking someone else's access, and it's all a bit, complicated, and we're told that's a private matter, rather than a planning matter. But yeah, I think the level of amenity is just acceptable, and the parking is just acceptable, and the level of overlooking is just about acceptable, and the highway safety is, just about acceptable, and biodiversity net gain isn't guaranteed. So I'm not thrilled with this application. I don't think it's great. I think it will cause issues. But we're here to assess whether it meets planning policy, and in my view, it just does.
Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep my comments short because they're very similar to Councillor Melly and Councillor Vassey's. I think, it's a shame that there was an application, it was amended, and it's still only just sort of over the line on so many elements, when it could have been sort of, a compromise. And some of the written objections, there were supportive comments about it being sort of a 2-bed or a 1-bed, and residents clearly understand that this should be developed. But I still, in the planning balance, as Councillor Melly said, I think there's so many elements that we can't say it doesn't meet them, like the amenities and things like that. And a lot of the clarifications I've heard from officers have swayed me slightly more over, in terms of the cars, like Councillor Nelson brought up, and the distances with the SPD recommendations. So I'm just about minded to approve. But as I say, it's really tricky because there's so many things that aren't ideal, but on the overall, I think it's just about that.
Do any other members wish to express a view? No. So I wonder whether any members are willing to propose accepting the officer's recommendation, whether that would receive a seconder. So you're proposing accepting the officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Baxter. We can put that to the vote.
Yeah.
Could you just run through what it is? I don't think we've made any significant suggestions in terms of conditions or further informative.
So the recommendation is for approval, subject to the conditions in the report, but also the amendments as shown on your additional information sheet that you have today.
Did you want to say something further, Councillor?
Yes, I just remembered something that I'd wanted to say before you said that, Chair. So I've been thinking about this paragraph 17 that was raised by Councillor Melly. And I was thinking, why can't that, or could we ask for that to read, a biodiversity enhancement plan drawing should be submitted in sufficient time to enable approval and implementation prior to first occupation. In practice, these properties, it's going to be 1.5 years, 2 years before they're built. There's plenty of time for, in my experience, I would suggest, for something to be submitted and to be agreed and to be implemented.
Councillor Melly?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think if that condition was amended to say that that needs to be implemented prior to first occupation, then that is the motivation for the developer to implement those biodiversity enhancements, because they can't have the houses occupied until they do, rather than the developer being able to not do anything at all and leave it up to the occupants to install it.
Yeah, I might need to slightly reword it with the further trigger, the 6 weeks before trigger. I might need to just reword that if you're okay. I have no issue with it being before occupation. We can change it, but if you're okay to delegate the final wording to me to make sure that we can put the first hook in it as well, to make sure that, but it would be prior to occupation for the implementation. That's what you're trying to achieve, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, you were the proposer, I guess it can be delegation to officers or in conjunction with chair and vice chair, or you
Oh, well, yeah,
proposed it, up to you.
whichever you want, whichever you want. It's,
No, I'm happy with that.
yeah,
to
fine.
delegate it.
Yeah, I can rewrite, we can rewrite that condition.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Sorry about that.
can I ask those members who wish to support the officer's recommendation of approval, please indicate now.
Yeah.
Those who wish to vote against the officer's recommendation? And I'm abstaining. That is carried. Thank you, members. Maybe I should have explained earlier that other members around others around the table from the legal department of the council and officers of the council. Yes, we need to adjourn now, and we'll reconvene at 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Whitcroft. Thank you for your patience. We move on to the next item on the agenda. That's the item where we consider the Jubilee on Balfour Street. Conversion of former public house to Form 6 apartments with associated access, parking, etc. Will you please introduce this for us? Thank you, Becky.
Thank you, Chair. You saved me a job there of introducing it. So it's the Jubilee on Balfour Street, conversion of public house to Form 6 apartments. So this is your location plan here, not the clearest. That should be clearer on your packs there, but you can see the site outlined in red here. You can see the site as it is now, boarded up with the sale sign. And again, more pictures of it now. Balfour Street elevation, Jubilee Terrace elevation, to give you the size and context of the building there. And again, eastern elevation. So this is your existing site plan here. You see, sorry, Balfour Street here, Salisbury Terrace here, and the Jubilee in here. So these are your existing floor plans, existing elevations, which you've just seen on the photographs. And this is your proposed site plan. See here, Balfour Street. Existing building in here. Parking arrangements up here, bin store within here. And again, the changes to the elevations that you can see here, proposed floor plans and elevations. And I think that is it. So yeah, I will go back to that one and I'll let Lindsay do the update for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. Lindsay Jenkins, Senior Planning Officer. Members are advised that we've received a swept path analysis identified as the vehicle tracking plans on the update since the publication of the report. The highways officers reviewed these and conclude that the arrangements are suitable and demonstrates that a vehicle can enter, park and exit each parking space in a forward-facing direction when other car parking spaces are occupied. Officers are content that the size of parking spaces are sufficient, and any widening and elongation of these would encroach onto the available communal area and potentially the internal pedestrian footpath. A representation has been received from the York Civic Trust, who object to the loss of the non-designated heritage asset, including its communal significance. A summary of the objection is set out in the update, along with an officer response where matters are not already covered in the published report. There's an amendment to paragraph 3.4 of the published report to update an MPPF paragraph reference. And a further update is that the applicant has confirmed the inclusion and minor amendment to the description of the development to include, in brackets, use class C3 after 6 number apartments. And the recommendation is unchanged from the published report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So are there any immediate questions of officers just to clarify understanding of this proposal? No. That's fairly straightforward. I take it the contribution for the York Civic Trust was just an omission? Okay.
It was, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Waters?
Well, I was going to leave it, but since you mentioned again the contribution of the Civic Trust, it always sounds very fancy, this non-designated heritage asset. But I think it was derived from the local list from some years ago. It would be very helpful to actually see that local list and see what's still remaining on it after all these years, as these non-designated assets seem to disappear with great regularity, don't they? That's my question.
Okay, it's not a question, but thank you. It's a comment. So I think we can move on from that to give opportunity to public speakers. And we have Nick Love, who I understand wishes to speak in objection. If you'd like to come to the microphone, make sure the microphone's switched on. And as you'll, I'm sure, be aware, you have 3 minutes to address the committee.
Can everyone hear me okay? So I was the person who helped the Jubilee be originally listed as an asset of community value back in 2016. That's 9 years ago. And it seems that no amount of previous rejections can deter Tricor Developments from seeking approval for a housing scheme now, I believe, in its 8th iteration, 8. They say God loves a trier. Not in this case, I don't think. There's been a disregard of numerous previous rejections and rulings by the City of York Planning Department, a planning committee, 2 government planning inspectors, and an overwhelming majority of local residents and local business people and relevant heritage organisations. And what the applicant is doing is relying on wearing down the local community and planning officials and councillors through a lengthy and sustained strategy of countless applications, forever changing the goalposts in the hope they will get their desired outcome for a full conversion of the property. And I don't think this kind of behaviour should be rewarded. What do I mean by that? Well, the kind of behaviour that lets a beautiful building decay and fall into absolutely scandalous disrepair. This is not coincidence, I believe, but to make the property as undesirable as possible for would-be pub investors. There's generally also unhelpful and uncooperative attitude when dealing with the local residents group, genuine inquiries, even asking for proof of funds from a builder who would have done the pub refit with his own company, or not making it very clear that the inspector said that Tricor would have to pay for the full reparation of the ground floor to provide a clean shell for a pub operator to then occupy and refit. Barry Crooks's report also said that the quoted rent of 18,000 was too high, which meant the marketing was flawed. For avoidance of doubt, both previous government inspectors ruled the loss of the pub would adversely affect the community. 2019, John Morris said it would be an unacceptable loss of community facilities, and he even referred to HW1 of the local plan, or the draft local plan. And in the latest appeal, F. Wilkinson said it was an important social, recreational and community facility for current and future residents. Back in 2016, Enterprise Inns sold the property. It didn't fail because it was in the wrong area. It was being run by the wrong people with the wrong business model. You only have to look at 2 similar pubs where they were disbarred, or they were basically got rid of by pub operators, and the Volunteer Arms and the Slip are now basically thriving locals. So it shows what can be done.
About 20 seconds.
Don't let the Jubilee be another statistic. Pubs add 100,000 to the local economy and are the social glue that collects communities. There are several thousand new homes coming to York Central. We don't need 6 new flats. And basically, I urge you to do the right thing and preserve the Jubilee for future generations.
Thank you. Do members have any questions they want to put? Go ahead, Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more about what you're saying about the builder who has his own company.
Yeah, we were approached by, I was approached by a builder who said he'd inquired from the agents, I think it was Christie's, and he was told that he would need, and he wanted a viewing, and he was told that he would need to provide proof of funds before he was allowed a viewing. And he said, well, I will be doing the refit. And I honestly think that it hasn't been adequately explained to people or made explicit that basically the pub will be made good before anybody comes in to become a pub operator. And even I would contend Barry Crooks' evaluation of this is flawed, because he said, to paraphrase, you can see why it's not viable, because actually there will be considerable amount of investment needed to make good. I think the inspector actually was quite clever, because they realised that the pub had been left to decay in effect, and they ruled that they had to actually make good before they could even occupy the first flats. So the point about it saying that the appellant would carry out repairs meant that the burden is on the appellant, which means that you don't need the significant amount of investment in the pub if you're inheriting a very clean refit. And there is a list, a huge list of things that have to be done to enable that pub to function, cleaning up the gardens. And there's a list of about 8 or 9. I think it's section 8 or 9 of that inspector's report. So 26 is where they say the appellant has to pay. 8 and 9 is where they list everything that has to be done. So I think that's the reason why we believe that it hasn't been given a fair chance for people to see actually a good opportunity rather than something at the moment which looks like a building site. So yeah, I mean, there are numerous, and I know other councillors and people within the community group, there are numerous people who are interested in the property and have been put off by the state of it.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councillor Waters?
Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether you recall, it's probably 10 years ago now that you sat there, and I think I followed you when we were questioning the executive at the time about pub-friendly planning policies. Do you feel we've achieved anything? And are these pub-friendly planning policies, if they exist, have they been of any assistance in determining this application?
With this application, there's two things that I mean, York Camera made representations in the draft local plan to the inspector when they were having a look at it, because in the first draft local plan, the word public house was even omitted. So then we got that put in, and that wasn't good enough. So we then applied to have a hearing with the inspector, which I think happened on Jubilee at the chapel there. And we persuaded the inspector, or the inspector agreed with us, that we should put in HW1 with regarding 24 months worth of marketing. So in other words, making sure to be fully marketed. We would contend that there have only been 19. Yes, there have been ones after it was listed for a new application for total conversion, but that's not really conducive to marketing it. If you think that actually, if they do get planning permission, you're even going to lose the chance of getting a pub in the first place. And the other one is viability. And again, there are questions around that as well. And the point about would a pub of that size be viable? The previous application was for 4 flats. This is for 3, because the previous inspector said that it wouldn't be viable with 4 flats. You needed more space, including the upstairs facility. So we hope that a total different issue, that the local plan will be adopted with that pub protection wording in it, to deter people from just buying properties to convert in effect.
Yeah.
So we hope that that the council will recognise that pubs in York, and especially somewhere like Lehman Road, where there's a dearth of opportunities. And again, the 2 previous inspectors' reports highlighted that actually there was a single pub, but that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be another pub in the community, even if people could walk into town. So we hope that it will go towards strengthening pub protection, but we need councillors as well to play their part, we believe.
Thank you. Councillor Bassey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was wondering if you could explain a bit more about the way in which an asset of community value works, why it was approved. I see in the report that it lasts 5 years from June 21.
Yeah.
Which means whichever way we look at it, there's 14 or 15 months to go.
Yeah, it's of material consideration, basically, in planning applications. It doesn't overrule other considerations. But what it does do is it is a way of saying that this is, we believe, an asset that the community should be able to take advantage of. In other situations, what an asset of community value does also is enable a local group, organisation to make a bid for the property. But the property isn't for sale, which means they couldn't do that in this case. But it still means that the property is valued. And I've been in other appeal decision meetings, such as the White Swan I've forgotten where it is now, Thornton-le-Clay, where the inspector did mention that it was an asset of community value, and that was of material consideration. So it's not overriding, but what it does do is it plays a part, because in effect, it says that, the council acknowledges that it is an asset, and the 2 inspectors have said so as well. Not that it's an ACV, but they've said, that they believe that, it will be a loss of community facilities, and both have said that, not just one.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you for your patience in waiting through the earlier part of the evening. It has been, it's been quite a while. I know. Our next speaker, Paul Crossman. Paul Crossman. 3 minutes.
Hello. Yep, I'm Paul. I run the Swan on Bishopthorpe Road, and I'm also the freeholder of the aforementioned slip-in and volunteer arms. Both of those we bought as Pubco disposal sites, as was the Phoenix actually around the same time. All were presented as non-viable by the pub companies that owned them. All are now thriving, award-winning, and of huge value to York. Always treat arguments around viability with the utmost scepticism. In 2011, this committee was presented with a planning application by Punch Taverns to convert the Volunteer into 2 townhouses, arguing it was sadly no longer viable as a business. I spoke at that committee to object and was delighted when the committee rejected the application against the officer's recommendation. We bought the pub, we invested, and it's now once again a vital amenity for the St Paul's area of Holgate. Last week, I received a letter from a pub company asking whether I would consider selling, as they were on the acquisition trail and aggressively expanding. That pub company was Punch Taverns, who we bought it from. It was their extractive business practices that have reduced the Volunteer to its original state, just as Enterprise Inns brought the Jubilee to its knees prior to its quick and quiet disposal off books as a development opportunity to today's applicant. Potential sympathetic local pub operators never got a whiff of the opportunity. I attended the first open viewing of the Jubilee, which we followed up with an offer that would have given the applicant a quick uplift on his initial investment. At that point, the pub was still largely intact, with only superficial damage having been done to either the pub or the upstairs accommodation, so the offer made sense and was realistic. However, it proved impossible to progress. The Jubilee is now a notorious case in pub campaigning circles nationally. In many ways, it's the definitive story of how a determined developer can win out against the wishes of a local community simply by sitting on their purchase for as long as it takes to wear the system down, as clearly was the intention here. No need to take my word for it. The applicant himself wrote a guide of all the ins and outs for fellow developers in his 2018 blog, Pub Stravaganza, the ups and downs of converting old pubs into residential accommodation. I'd like to commend the committee for their consistent refusals of each application to date. I cannot similarly praise the inspector who overrode the last decision. Her dismissal of the importance of the upstairs space to the viability of the pub was illogical and totally unevidenced and ultimately disastrous. I'd previously pointed out the very real value of the accommodation as part of any manager's remuneration, allied with the potential earnings from letting rooms. In one fell swoop, these factual arguments were dismissed by the inspector, the vital flat and much of the function room was sacrificed, and the absurd fit out your own lock-up pub scheme that has been so cynically poorly marketed for the past 19 months was given the green light.
20 seconds.
So confident was the applicant that nobody in their right mind would go for it that at one point he pulled the stunt of offering the non-existent opportunity for £1. This pub has been shamefully neglected and has blighted the area for 10 years now. The application was always going to be this one was always going to be the end game and does not deserve approval on any level, but please reject it on loss of amenity, heritage asset, and the failure to meet the previous conditions imposed by the inspector. In my view, the best and most just outcome would be a compulsory purchase at an independently assessed price.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure there'll be questions. Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Crossman, for coming to speak to us. You mentioned an offer that you originally put in for Jubilee. Was this, what date was this? And you mentioned it was impossible to progress. Could you just tell us a bit more detail about how it was impossible to progress?
We put in an offer of £230,000, and there's an email trail for this as well. We got into a conversation, not with the applicant himself, but with a lady working in the office, presumably, who said, we said we understand there's an overage clause, because that's how it was marketed the first time around. So any purchaser, if they'd then gone on to develop it, there would have been a kickback to the applicant. So we asked to see the wording of the overage clause, and we were told we couldn't see that unless we gave a £10,000 non-refundable deposit up front, which I presume was to pay for the wording of the overage clause, which I doubt actually existed. So we reached an impasse at that point and said, well, we're not going to do that, clearly. Somebody else did lose £10,000, I believe. I'm not sure whether it was for that reason, but he gave evidence at the first hearing about this. There's been a concerted effort to, I think the reason we stopped at that point was because we could see quite clearly what was going on. You know, this was not a genuinely marketed opportunity. And in my view, it's never been genuinely marketed ever since. And I think that's shown over the past 19 months. You know, it has nothing that the inspector said has been conveyed properly to prospective buyers. And certainly there's no work done to fit out the shell to a basically usable shell. So people can't even see the opportunity that they're meant to be investing in.
Other questions? Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask really quickly, in your experience in kind of purchasing pubs and viewing pubs, is it normal practice to have to show proof of funds before you're allowed to even look in a building, or is that unusual in your experience?
No, I think
personally?
you'd expect to get a viewing of the potential opportunity before you had to produce proof of funds, certainly. And
Have you always had to, at some point in that process, produce the proof of funds?
we've purchased 2 freeholds. There is a requirement at some point to actually, obviously, to show that you're a realistic.
Yeah.
But you'd expect to see the property first, so that before you actually went to trouble of actually getting proof of funds from your bank or whatever it is you need to do, because you need to explain the opportunity to them as well. It's not really possible to do it unless you're an extremely wealthy individual who's got that money in the bank. You know, if you're looking at lending, then your lender's going to want to know exactly what the opportunity is that they're supposed to be funding. And if you can't even provide a picture or anything of the opportunity or a description, or say, the first thing I'll say is, well, have you seen it? You say, well, no, I haven't. You know, it just doesn't make any sense to me at all.
Thank you.
Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chair. You intrigued me when you referred to the system getting fed up and a compulsory purchase. Have you experienced this? Do you know of this that's happened anywhere else in the country?
I know of 2 pubs where there have been compulsory purchases. There's the Holywell Inn and the Red Lion. I'd have to look up the locations of them. I'm in a group with Callum, actually, with Callum Taylor. We're in a group that looks at CPOs on the WhatsApp group. It's very rare because councils don't like to take the risk of compulsory purchase. It comes with a legal risk, obviously, as does refusing applications. I understand that. But it's extremely rare. It's been done twice to my knowledge. It is possible. It's got an ACV, so it's actually potentially open to a compulsory purchase. I think it's a great candidate. I think the neglect of the building, you know, there's been a breach of all sorts of responsibilities, I would say, in terms of keeping it safe and secure, and it's been vandalised. It's been a subject to arson. You know, what's someone got to do to actually be deemed in neglectful ownership of a closed asset? I think it's a good candidate for a compulsory purchase. I'd love to see that happen.
Yep. I think we've probably exhausted the questions at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, Councillor Lucy Stills-Walshaw. Ward Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. So, I remember the Jubilee. I've lived in the area a long, long time, and I remember it when my children were quite small and there was children's parties there, barbecues in the summer, an amazing Diamond Jubilee party where the whole streets were shut, and the pub was the actual central hub of that. And it truly was the heart of the community and provided so much more than just a pub. It was somewhere where people socialised and supported each other, lots of friendships built on there. And with currently with the York Central developments, there's a feeling by a lot of people in the area that they have been left behind, and this has been compounded by a loss of community facilities and places to meet and do activities in the area being lost. All the councillors in Holgate object to this application, and the fact that it's gone on since 2016 is not a reason to be worn down into accepting this application. As I said and has been said, the pub has now been empty since 2016 and allowed to deteriorate into a terrible state. It does have the asset of community value on it, which lasts until 2026, and residents are clear that they want the building to provide something positive for the community. I will say that I said in my original objection that there've been people who were interested in the pub, and that has been discussed, and they've been put off and denied viewing until they showed funds of an agreed amount by the owner. Around the marketing of it, it seems quite strange that it has been said to be effectively marketed, but at the same time, there was an application in to turn the whole thing into flats. And the building has not been kept up to scratch. And people do not seem to be aware that when they look round, that is not their responsibility to be putting that up. It needs a lot of money put in it to be able to make it attractive for someone to be able to buy this. The Civic Trust have stated within their objection that the building has considerable historic significance, having been built by York architect Walter Brierley, and contributes to the heritage and the history in the area, and it is placed on the York Heritage Sites Register by the Civic Trust. We have done some exercises with the Civic Trust in the area to speak to residents about what they want, and almost every resident was certain that they wanted to retain this building and the community should have some say in what happened to it. So I urge you to refuse this application and allow the community and interested parties to work together to endorse a positive resolution for the area. This building appears to have been left to deteriorate deliberately in order to discharge the community asset condition and build residential accommodation. Thank you.
Questions? Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Steele-Warshaw. There was a planning application that was previously refused, and that was overturned at appeal, and the inspector allowed that application and you know, provided a report with some explanation. This is obviously quite a different application because it involves the complete removal of the pub. But one thing that the inspector said was that this location is quite near the city centre, and so residents in this residential area can access things in the city centre. I was wondering if you had any comment on that now that a few years have passed. Lehman Road is due to close within the next 3 or 4 weeks. The Riverside Path floods frequently. Do you have anything to say about what distance it is to walk to the city centre now in the evening?
Yeah, and I think saying it's close to the city centre is absolutely fair, but it's an entirely separate community and separate place to the actual city centre. City centre pubs and bars are very different to a community place where people can meet, and it's not just necessarily a pub that would be in that place. There's been all sorts of talks of other amenities, such as, just examples, post offices and bike repair centres and things being in the place. I think, yeah, having said that, it is, even on the shortest walk along the river, it's around a mile walk, which is quite a considerable way for a community in which may have a lot of people who are just wanting to visit and do activities in their local communities.
That actually slightly answers my second question, because we've heard from previous speakers about the value to communities that pubs provide.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if you, as the ward councillors, do you know anything about the local communities plan for this asset of community value, and any other plans for the building that would add to community cohesion and reduce social isolation, I think is the wording in policy.
Yeah, and I think that's really fair. I did kind of say, so we've had discussions, none of these are definite, but people have raised ideas about it not just being a pub in the area. We spoke about post offices, bike repair place, any other, and I think the social isolation point is fair to mention, because there have been other activities that people could access in the community that have no longer existed. There's previously been some children's activities in other places that are also no longer available in the areas, and cafes and places to meet. And I feel that it is a place where people, a hub for the community in order to feel like a community and access different amenities.
Councillor Waters.
And of course, not to forget, there was a very large community of working men's club there not so many years back before that was turned into housing as well.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think that ties into the argument of them saying there is another pub in the area. I think when I moved into the area, there was 3 pubs and those pubs were all thriving. So I think, yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah, there was so much more in the area.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, who I understand to be in support as agent for the applicant, Andrew Windrus. Andrew. When you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. I do not intend to repeat the contents of what is actually a very well-balanced, comprehensive report that clearly covers all the pertinent issues that have been raised. Just want to highlight just a few key points. The first being the very clear local and national need for new homes, that this planning application will ensure the delivery of what is a brownfield site in a sustainable location, close to the centre of York, as we've heard. Therefore, it's delivering much needed residential accommodation in the building that has been vacant, as we've heard from 2016. That's at a time of that critical housing need directly in York and, of course, nationally. The scheme has been developed in conjunction with officers and the council and the associated consultees, including the council's own appointed marketing experts. Furthermore, the scheme has developed since the previous appeal that was allowed by the planning inspectorate, who supported the applicant's proposals for a residential use to the upper floors. That permission has now been implemented and therefore remains extant. As confirmed by the council's planning and policy officers, and also corroborated by the council's appointed marketing expert, the applicant has demonstrated lengthy and appropriate marketing of the property, and there has not been any credible interest in the property. As such, the relevant local and national policy criteria is satisfied, and the principle of residential development is supported. And clearly, we determine this application on the basis of that policy. The principles of the subdivision previously approved by the inspector follow through in this application, thereby ensuring the integrity of the building is protected going forward. And again, we've worked very hard on those external elevations to ensure the design of those suits this building. As stated, the scheme is well designed, taking into account the previous inspector comments, and the independent review of viability and marketing confirms that the pub use is not viable. Officers have confirmed that the application is compliant with the relevant local and national policies and therefore should be supported today to allow the conversion works to continue and ensure the building is brought back into use as soon as possible. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do members have any questions they'd like to put? Councillor Bassey.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you mentioned the well-balanced report, and I think that's true. I was just wondering what you thought of the comment in paragraph 15.17 from Crux. We do consider the agent's quoted rent of 18,000 is too high. It would have been more realistic to have made it very clear that any asking rent is a headline rent and indicating there would be a substantial rental concession shown to any incoming tenant if the latter was to take the premises as a shell. Even with a switch of emphasis in this context, we're not confident. The Crux says that there would be an appropriate tenant, but I'm just wondering what you think about the comment that the rent was too high and that there should have been clarity about how the inside would be looked after if someone took it on.
Two marketing experts have confirmed that this has been marketed appropriately. It's been priced to attract people and engage in a discussion, and no offers will come forward. So both those experts, one appointed by the applicant, one independently appointed by the council, have concluded that this has been marketed and is unviable. So clearly that is the key point to take. That is the point that we have to take forward. The query about £18,000, I'm not an expert in that. If they're saying it's too high, that's a discussion that you would have. If you were interested in this, you would have that discussion if you're buying a house or buying anything, whether you always work on the initial price. That's for a purchaser to consider. But clearly they have both concluded that it is not viable and it's been marketed appropriately. And therefore it complies with planning policy is the key.
Thank you.
Councillor Nelson?
Thank you, Chair. I think you said that you'd started work on the 3 apartments that you currently have planning permission. Did I misunderstand what you said there?
Yes, the relevant pre-commencement conditions are being discharged. Works have commenced. Your building control have signed off on those works to confirm that they've all commenced.
Could you just confirm which conditions in kind of general, without the specifics, what sort of things have been done in order for you to kind of be able to discharge those conditions and start work?
Yes, I'll maybe let the applicant expand more, as actually he's been in the building and seen that the works that have been taking place, but I understand a number of the floors have been changed. Some of the works internally, obviously partitions and things like that, have all started to work through.
So the only work that's been done is directly in the upper floors in the area where those apartments that have permission?
In terms of the exact works, I'll let the applicant confirm that.
Okay.
Who's going to speak next? Yeah.
Great, thank you.
I don't think there are any other questions, so thank you very much. And then I'll ask speaker, the applicant, Dominic Woodward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to go into a bit of the history to do with the site. We bought the site in April 2016 from Enterprise Inns PLC. It was marketed by Sidney Phillips. After being shared by the trading history and accounts, it showed that the site had been loss-making for some years. At that time, the accounts showed it was still making a loss, with Enterprise leasing the site for £1 a week. The pub has been marketed on and off for a continued use as a public house for several years now, including specialist pub agents, Florets and Christie & Co. And the one thing that has remained consistent throughout that time is that it has been shown to be economically unviable in 2016 and still economically unviable now. The following is an extract from Jeremy Hansbrough at Enterprise Inn in 2016. In March 2010, the Jubilee 2010 Limited took a tenancy at the Jubilee. Unfortunately, they went into liquidation in December 2012, and the pub remained closed until March 2013. Then Steve Wardby took a tenancy, but again, unfortunately, he went into liquidation in July 2015, and the pub closed again. The current operators are the Inn Jubilee Limited, who took over in August 2015. They cannot make a profit at the pub, even though the rent is £1 a week. When we made the initial planning application in June 2016, our application was on the basis of the lack of viability for continued use. Indeed, I shared with the planning officer at the time, Neil Massey, an email from Kate Steele from Sidney Phillips on the offers that they had received. Quote, there were 2 other bids, both from developers, none for continued pub use. The viewings that took place were also for developers, no prospective publicans. An asset of community value status was placed on the site in July 2016, as Mr. Love has confirmed, only after our application had been made, not before. We have tried to work with community groups to bring the site back into use. Indeed, in 2021, I contacted the Friends of the Jubilee community group, who have been so vocal in their public desire to reopen a pub at the site. And this is important, including giving them details and offering them help with applying for the Community Ownership Fund, which would have allowed them to bid for up to £250,000 in grant funding towards purchasing assets of community value, like the Jubilee pub. Despite arranging viewings with them, this was not taken any further by them. In the time of our ownership, the site has indeed deteriorated and become a target of vandalism. We left the exterior unboarded up for a period of around 2 years whilst the 2016 planning application was pending and marketing exercises were underway. But when vandals started smashing windows and breaking into the property, given the time it had been sat there, we were left with no option but to board up the building. This then becomes a vicious cycle for becoming more of a target for break-ins and further dilapidation inside and out. York Camera, in their objection, insinuate that the vandalism and dilapidation that's happened to the building over the 9 years is a deliberate decision to make the property undesirable. This is an insulting accusation, given we are suffering the ongoing financial burden following each break-in, and we are ourselves a victim of crime. Regardless, any serious pub operator would know that there would need to be a significant investment in any site to bring it into a tradable condition. The building remains structurally sound and warrants no more than the standard internal refurbishment required for any pub. This was reflected in the marketing, and we were very clear with Christie & Co in their negotiations with potential publicans that we were open to negotiation, suitable rent-free periods, etc. The report from Barry Crooks speaks for itself on their independent viability of on their independent opinion on viability.
Thank you. Thank you. I gave you a little more time, but questions? Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I can see from the report that you've provided quite a lot of information about all the marketing that's been done and what the terms would be if anyone was interested in taking it on as a pub. But I just, despite all the information you've provided, I just have a few more questions, if you don't mind, just to help assess whether, you know, that policy HW1's been met. So you've said that you've offered it on a 10-year lease at £18,000. Would it be £18,000 throughout that whole lease, or would there be rent renegotiations or any break clauses or anything else about that 10 years? And would that 10-year period be, would that 10-year lease be 10 years of operating, or would the 10-year lease start and whoever took it on would be paying rent while also doing the renovations, and then any time that they have left in that 10-year lease after doing all those renovations then would be operating time, if that makes sense?
Yeah, understood. So the figure and the term were both suggested by Christian Co, obviously the specialist pub agent. So I had no involvement in deciding those figures. That came from them. My understanding is if you're a publican or any person who takes on a commercial lease, you sign up to a lease, and if there's a rent-free period in that whilst renovations are happening, that comes out of your 10 years hypothetically. But obviously at the end of coming towards the end of your 10 years, if you were trading well, you'd be looking to extend that lease and renegotiate. But basically the advice we were given was from Christian Co, as this was a satisfactory and sensible way of projecting it.
Thank you. I've got a few who've indicated, I guess they're not supplementary, so I'm going to go to Councillor Batty first. I think you indicated. No? Okay. Okay. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. Obviously I was kind of asking a question to your colleague who suggested I direct it to you. So my understanding from what you and your colleague has said is some work has been done now within the 3 apartments in the roof space or upper floors. Has any work been done or anything at all to touch the downstairs, the areas that are being proposed to be let out as the pub?
So in terms of the permission that was granted on appeal, the changes to the design for the pub as part of that was the staircase area on the ground floor that's existing there was to become solely for the upstairs flats. And the only other change was there's supposed to be a staircase, which then she removed a staircase to go up to the first floor function room to be added in the main. I mean, I don't know if you can see it on the floor plan. Is there a floor plan? We could just show it. Might be a bit easy to explain. So
that's existing. Do you want to?
Yeah, well, on the existing one. So
the
top left room which is classed as existing, the approved plans for the 3 apartments plus the pub space, a staircase is supposed to go up into that function room, being the new stairs, and the staircase hasn't been done yet because essentially there has been no inquiries for the space, so that would have to be then taken out should there be a subsequent.
So the reason I'm asking is I'm aware that, you know, circulating online, there's a recent York Mix article with some quite shocking photographs of the interior of the building. And so what I was sort of trying to get to the bottom of is whether that is the current state of the building, because I'm also aware, you know, that as part of that appeal, the inspector made it very clear that I've got the wording here, the appellant would carry out repairs and an internal fit out to the shell, and that was secured through condition. So in the marketing of this and in the work that you've done at the moment, just to be absolutely clear, no work has been done in terms of dealing with the pub, putting it back into a shell that could be taken on by a landlord as of the moment.
in terms of turning it into a shell that could be taken on by a publican, the only works that we would have to do would be that staircase that I've referred to. As in the shell, it's already in the state that it would be for anybody to take it on. Now, I appreciate you've seen these images online, which is basically it's photos that people have taken after breaking into the building, which is obviously unfortunate that they've done that and then shared them. So I wasn't very happy with the York mix for sharing them, and I told them that. But people graffitiing on walls, etc., you know, smash glass stuff is cosmetic and something that.
So when it says here, the applicant would carry out repairs and an internal fit out to the shell, you take that to only mean changing the staircases, which is what was required for you to have the flats.
Had we had somebody who was seriously interested in the pub, we would have done those works to meet the planning obligations that we've been granted, yes.
So there is the works that were secured in this condition haven't, in the marketing of it, been done or really kind of discussed?
No, but that condition is for prior to occupation of the first apartment that gets done.
Yes,
Yeah.
So I suppose that's.
Not all those works have been done now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming, Mr. Woodward. You mentioned the work that you'd done with, was it Friends of Jubilee Community Group? Was
Yes.
that it? Yes. And you mentioned that you offered to help them and it wasn't taken forward. How specifically did you offer to help them? Was it sort of work with applying for grants, or was it coordination? And why, in your view, do you think that your offer of help wasn't taken forward?
So prior to the committee hearing, which got rejected before going to appeal and then being overturned, the Friends of the Jubilee Community Group were very vocal in the run-up to that committee meeting, and had contacted me directly. So I had their contact details. Immediately following the rejection and prior to going to appeal, I immediately emailed them saying, you know, we've had this rejection, please come talk to me, let's do something. And forwarded them the details of the community ownership fund and saying, I will help you with this fund, apply for it if you want to bring a public house back into use. They arranged a viewing, which I facilitated. They even got a surveyor involved to have a look around the building. And just for clarity, this was prior to the state it is currently in terms of the vandalism, in terms of graffiti all over the wall, etc. There had been break-ins, so you know, visibly there was glass on the wall, on the floor, etc. But you know, arguably it was in a better cosmetic condition than it looks now. And essentially it didn't go anywhere. You know, there was no application made, and that fund has now disappeared with effect from last December. So that opportunity is now gone. And you know, it was specifically there to bring assets of community value back into community use, and it's grant funding. It's not even matched funding.
Carry on.
Thank you. And just when was the last contact you had with Friends of Jubilee Community Group?
It was in 2021. So it was over the period of like 3 months.
Thank you.
I'm just going to ask a quick question. We've heard earlier that it wasn't necessarily easy for interested parties to view the premises, and that there were conditions of proof of funds and so on. I'd really be interested to hear what you've got to say about that.
So in terms of arranging viewings, I was keen to make sure that only publicans were viewing the property, hence Christie & Co doing the vetting prior to that. Any applicant who showed any suitable proof of funds in terms of being able to put some money towards some refurbishment, because the building required refurbishment, regardless of what we were going to do as the freeholder to help with that. We relied on Christie & Co to do that vetting as the agent, and as they've put in their report, their opinion was that was a standard way of doing things, and that's been backed up by the Barry Crooks report as well, that asking for suitable proof of funds prior to viewing something was sensible in this situation, given the political implications and potential of people who are just tire kicking, etc.
Yes, please do.
Just on that, obviously we've also heard from a publican tonight who says that he made you an offer and was unable to even try to proceed because he was asked to put down £10,000 to even see some of the contract wording, and that he wasn't the only person to find himself in that position. I just wondered if you'd, in a similar way.
That's not true. Mr. Crossman, I've worked out who he is now and what it was. So this was in 2016, immediately after the application had gone in. The planning officer had said that they wanted a marketing exercise period to start, which we then started to facilitate. In that period, there were viewings which took place, and there was an offer which I accepted at the time, which I can't go into the specifics of it, obviously. However, it was higher than the figure quoted from Mr. Crossman for the building in that current guise, which also involved an overage clause, which basically would have meant if somebody did develop it out in the future, they would have to give extra money for the privilege of doing that rather than running it as a public house, which is what it's supposed to have been done. Those negotiations didn't go anywhere, and they were all they pulled out of the purchase. There was no payment of this £10,000 or whatever it was made by any person who applied to buy it, anything like that. And this was all handled and brought up in the original planning application, which was handled by Neil Massick at York Council. So essentially, this has been gone over before. But Mr. Crossman, the property has been up for sale for 2 years in its current guise. He would have been very welcome to come and view and offer on that site. And I've been very negotiable. Like I say, I wouldn't have reached out to the community, frankly, if I wasn't open to bringing the building back into use. I'm in a catch-22 situation at the moment where I can't really finish the upstairs flats that have got the approval, which I've enacted, because who wants, essentially a vacant boarded up building on the ground floor, because it's going to get targeted if I take the boards back off because the people know it's empty. I need some commitment that somebody's going to take the public house on, so then it can all be occupied together. And that just hasn't happened, frankly.
But it sounds as if you're still open to that.
Yeah, and it's not come forward, and we're what, two and a half years into this marketing process.
Okay. Councillor Waters, sorry. I'm afraid you don't. It often seems unfortunate the way planning committees work, but unfortunately, that isn't possible. Councillor Waters.
That was one question I was going to ask, but well, surely from a point of view of your business and progressing this matter, if you're trying to get the upstairs in a suitable fashion to actually progress, wouldn't it benefit you to fit out the downstairs to make the whole thing more attractive, both to prospective purchasers of the flats and to another operator? It's the pub.
Yeah, I mean, the Christian Co report goes into this in that they saw it in that condition and thought the headline rent figure was acceptable and essentially left the door open for negotiation. So I've been involved in other commercial buildings, one recently, which is now a bar in the centre of Wakefield, where the tenant, it was openly marketed. The tenant approached us, said they wanted some fit out works doing prior to them taking on the tenancy. That tenancy was put in place, and at the end of the tenancy had a list of requirements for me, the freeholder, to do in terms of work to bring it up to scratch for him to then take on the tenancy. And that's very normal in commercial practice. But there's been nobody of these two viewings that took place, people with appropriate funds to do the works. Neither has made even a hint of an offer, a negotiable offer, anything. All this is covered in the in the reports.
Okay.
Yeah, but just going back to the question I asked, wouldn't it benefit you from a business point of view to do the fit out, to get the whole building in a suitable fashion, not only to rent out the upstairs, but to have the downstairs pub part in a reasonable state to attract
I
somebody.
think all I'd say is on that.
Mr. Woodward,
Right, sorry.
we're dealing with the planning application as it is. You don't have to answer that question.
Okay.
It's your choice. Okay. Are there other questions that any members would want to put to Mr. Woodward? No. Thank you very much. So now that we move on to the opportunity to ask any clarifications or any further questions to officers, the first hand I saw was Councillor Orrell. I'll come over in a moment. Councillor Orrell.
Yeah, it's the planning inspector's conditions or requirements that he made haven't been fulfilled as yet. Is there a time limit on that? And who enforces that requirement of the planning inspector?
So I presume that the conditions referred to are condition 8 to 9, which require that until the flats can't be occupied until condition 8 requires a building survey and repair documenting the repair, adaptation and improvement works. And then there's a whole list of requirements in there. And then condition 9 requires a verification report to show that that has been done. And that would come to the local planning authority for approval. So it would be for us, but the applicant doesn't need to undertake those works until they want to occupy those flats.
Right, so they don't need to do it until they're ready for occupation. Okay.
That's my reading of it, of those conditions.
Councillor Baxter, I think you raised your hand.
Thank you, Chair. In the report, there's quite a lot about the advertising of it and the length of it, and you know, there's a detailed report. Could officers give some guidance on how much weight we should give that in determining the application? Because I'm not too clear. Like I don't think I've seen this much detail on sort of the advertising in a report before. So just some clarity on how much weight we should give that in determining the application.
So policy HW1 has limited weight because of the objections in the local plan to that policy. So the dominant policy would come from the MPPF in terms of that. The HW1 talks about having a marketing undertaken, and modifications increase the time limit from 1 year to 2 years. And obviously the report sets out that actually through the length of the time of the application, it is now past the 2 year period. And one of the key points of going out to get an independent assessor or verification is that we're able to assess what marketing has been done and is that appropriate, and then is the pub as it's presented a viable proposition, and that's what Barry Crooks has reported on. So there is weight, but obviously I think that in terms of looking at it, I think you've got to look at the conclusion, which talks about the substantial weight given to housing, because that is quite a high bar, and you'd have to look at the other aspects of it, the marketing viability, have those been addressed, and also the other aspects about the non-designated heritage assets and other matters that are in there.
Yes, Councillor Nelson first and then Councillor Malley.
Thank you. Just on the report from Barry Crooks, can you confirm whether he entered the property and viewed it in person when he was writing this report?
I believe he did.
Thank you.
I think it's in his report that is online, that he did go into it. I think he had to arrange access.
He did very well to.
Councillor Malley.
Thank you. Sorry, it was just clarification over. So one of the factors when considering how much weight can be given to a policy, it's whether there's outstanding objections. Are there? So this is a policy that's in the local plan that's currently with the inspector. Are there outstanding objections currently?
there's outstanding objections to that policy that means that it deviates slightly from the policy frame of the MPPF. So it doesn't, so other policies you can give moderate weight to because the policy is in general compliance with the MPPF, but where there is some differences or deviation from that, then it doesn't accord, but there's some objections to the wording of that policy.
When we're told that there's outstanding objections, like what does that mean? Does that mean it hasn't been addressed by, like the inspector hasn't given a view yet? Or like, what does it mean for an objection to be outstanding?
It means that there's objections to how the policy is worded, and we're not yet at a point where, I think it's just a planning word, basically. It means that there are objections to the wording of that policy, and that we've not at a point where we've got the, trying to explain this in a, it's difficult to because there's outstanding objections, and because we're not at a point of adoption, we can only give it limited weight, because we don't know if there'll be any changes or whatever through the next, hopefully very quick phase before adoption. So once we get to adoption, and if there's been no changes, it'll get full weight. It's because we're kind of in this interim period where we know that there's objections to it that are unresolved, and that obviously people clearly object to it, but we're in a different position and we think it's sound. And it's that moment where it's both, whereas hopefully we'll soon get to a point where if there's any modifications or whatever else it is to that policy, because we don't know, there might, if or not, then once we get to adoption, that's when it will have full weight. So it's kind of the halfway house that we're in at the minute, in terms of, that's why we say, because if there weren't any objections, we'd say it was moderate weight, because we're nearly at the point of objection. It's just how we give it weight, that's how we phrase, because there's outstanding objections to it. You could just say objections to it rather than outstanding. It is just objection. That would have been an easier way of explaining it. Sorry, I took ages around that, but that's what it is.
Thank you. Councillor Baxter.
Thank you, Chair. It's a slightly different question, but while we're on the subject of giving how much weight we need to give to things on assets of community value, this compared to any old pub, you know, how should we compare the two? Because to me, like, you know, looking at it, it doesn't look great and doesn't seem like it's adding much to the community. But if it's an asset of community value, sort of where does that balance lie?
Yeah. So it's an asset of community value, but so that can be a material consideration in the planning assessment, but there's no planning policies related to protection of asset of community values. So it's basically, it enables local communities to bid for the land or facilities. It doesn't have any other weight other than that, but it can be a material planning consideration, in the fact that it demonstrates in this case that it is valued to the community. That's the reference to it.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor Waters first, and I'll come back.
I was just curious as to the appointment of the independent marketing expert. Are you aware of how many times the independent marketing expert has brought similar cases in front of planning committees at York before to promote their removal as pubs?
So there's, in terms of getting a independent marketing assessment or valuation, there's only so many agents, I guess you can call them, that can make that assessment. And I went to 3, and I can't recall, definitely one came back and said they had a conflict of interest because they'd already been marketed, and I think I'm not sure if the agent or the applicant said they'd been marketed with florets and I'd been to them. So there's a limited scope of people to actually consult with, to ask them to undertake that work for us.
Before I will come across in a moment. Can I just check that when Barry Crux made his assessment, he was fully aware of the responsibilities that lie with the owner, as we've heard through the planning conditions?
Yes, when I instructed him, I advised him about the planning history, and it was the previous application, which is the position of that pub and that relationship that was needing to be looked at, and that was part of my instruction to him.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering why the policy requirement is only for one cycle parking per dwelling rather than one per bedroom in this case. I think in the previous application we just looked at this evening, it was one per bedroom.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry, I've just got to the right page and
it was page 60, paragraph 1.8 says that it says 5 parking spaces would be provided, 6 bike pods. Oh no, sorry, 5 parking spaces for vehicles, 6 parking spaces for bikes.
There's 6 parking pods and they each contain 2 parking spaces for two cycles.
I see, thank you. Thanks.
So 2 per flat.
This supplementary? Councillor Bassey.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to refer to paragraph 3.22. In that, Camera states that the inspector in their appeal decision considered there was a clear understanding that the building had been left in a relatively poor state, and that there was a clear instruction that the appellant would carry out repairs to the ground floor to make it into something that would be marketable to potential pub operators. Is that, are we hearing there what the inspector said? Is that what the inspector said, or is that an interpretation?
I'd have to look into the inspector's report, but the conditions, condition 8 and 9, which we previously talked about, requires the pub operation or the shed fit out to be appropriate, and that included a survey and a verification report and that was prior to the occupation of the flats. So I don't know about the wording exactly in the appeal decision, but it's followed through in those conditions.
But the thrust of it was that repairs should be carried out to the ground floor to make it into something that would be marketable to potential pub or operators.
Yes.
And is it true that the assertion there that has not happened?
They're not in breach of any planning condition, because the condition is with regard to occupation of the flats. There's no occupation of the flats, so they're therefore not in breach of a condition.
No, but I'm just trying to establish if that's what the inspector said. Did the inspector instruct that repairs be carried out to the ground floor to make it marketable?
Yes, because
yes,
that's the condition.
yes, before occupation of the flats. He didn't say it had to be done before anything else. He said just before the flats are occupied.
I understand what you're saying, but so is it correct then to say it has to happen at this moment in time?
But it doesn't need to happen.
Okay, no, I didn't say it happened. Yes. It hasn't happened.
Councillor Waters.
So if it hasn't happened after what the inspector said, how genuine has the attempt been at marketing?
I've just said it doesn't need to happen at this point because they're not about to occupy the flats. So there's no breach of condition there.
I fully accept that. I didn't say there was a breach of condition. All I said was how genuine then has been the marketing for the downstairs?
Well, that's demonstrated in the report, and it's on Rightmove, it's on Christie & Co website. Christie & Co are quite well known in the trade for pubs and restaurants, and so that's appropriate marketing by appropriate body, and that is covered, and that's what our independent assessment says.
Well, let's put it another way then. If the planning inspector's recommendations had been fully carried out and then the business had been marketed, would it have not been a lot easier to find a tenant then?
Like that's,
You don't need an independent marketing expert to decide that.
I think we'll leave that question in the air. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. When we were asking about and talking about weight of different things, what about sort of what weight can be given to kind of section 8 of the NPPF then in terms of promoting healthy and safe communities? In Chibi, it's, so to paraphrase some of it, promoting social interaction, including opportunities for meetings between people who might not otherwise come into contact. I think the councillor Steels-Walshaw has spoken about how in certain aspects this community is quite isolated, even though it's close to town. Through providing social, recreational and cultural facilities and services that the community needs. Obviously, the report does state that there's a dearth of community facilities in this area. So what sort of weight can we give to this when we're considering the application? Sorry.
So the NPPF section 8 doesn't actually specify in the same way as other policies or paragraphs or other sections any specific weight. So it just forms into the plan and balance. But so, for example, the housing section gives substantial weight to that policy, but that there isn't anything in this to say how much. So it just goes in the plan and balance along with everything else.
And in terms of the weight of housing, the fact that 3,000 houses are in the process of being built in York Central, not just having applications, but actually spades in the ground, like what weight can we give to that? Some of those houses are physically being built now, so it's obviously not just a plan anymore, or at least
none of the houses have got.
Oh, the houses haven't.
The
It's the buildings and the
haven't got.
outlines.
Yeah, they have the next stage of the reserve matters will hopefully bring forward the housing. So there aren't any housing.
So can we put any weight in that,
Well,
considering it started to be developed?
No, because you need to take it in terms of the housing need generally across York, not just because there's 2,500 coming in that area. We clearly have a housing need and a housing, we don't have our 5-year housing supply. So that has got to be given great weight. Well, great, it's not the right word, but significant weight.
Can I just refer you to paragraph 6.7 that talks about, I think there's also other bits in the report, but substantial weight of use of brownfield land within settlements and the development of underutilised land and for land and buildings for homes in a sustainable location. So that's where your weight comes in on the housing.
Wouldn't any community asset or public sort of community building in an area of York then count as brownfield land?
That's too big, that's too wide a question. I think rolling back to your point about this, there is things in place for us to look and check whether or not a loss should happen. And we've got the evidence base and we've had the independent assessment that says the information that they've provided is right. So you've got to base it on what's in front of you and the evidence base that you've got, what the case officers report, the independent assessment. You have to base it on that, not whether or not there's brownfield elsewhere. You have to consider what's in front of you at this moment in time.
Councillor Bassey.
A very quick question, Chair. Paragraph 4.2. Who approved that the building is an asset of community value? It just says it was approved. What body, what group of people?
I think it's the council. It's the council. I think it's good policy. I think they maintain the list. There's a list online, and you get an application come in, and it gets assessed, and there's certain criteria that they have to meet. This, it's a separate process to anything.
So we're talking about the planning authority and the planning committee or the executive. I just want to understand how and who made that determination.
I don't know the rest of the, I just know that you can be, put an application in and then that gets assessed, and I'm not sure if there's any procedure in that.
Councillor Orrell?
It goes to the executive member decisions.
Have we exhausted our questions of officers? I think we have. Okay, thank you. So let us move on to wrestling with this decision and coming to a decision together. Do you want to go first, Councillor May?
Sorry, Chair, I was hoping we'd take a break at some point before coming to a decision.
That's probably a good idea. I guess some of us might need a comfort break. Okay. We'll give it 5 minutes. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes. So how do we move on? Who would like to express a view on this? No one. Councillor Bassey. Thank you.
I'll say something, Chair. So I consider the potential loss of a community asset as very important. I know the area, I know the importance of having spaces that people can meet and engage communally in. I note that the council approved declaring it an asset of community value, and that approval lasts until June 2026. That was done for a reason. And I really don't see any reason to turn my back on what council determined at that point. What happens beyond there, I can't speak for at the moment. I also note, as I said, paragraph 3.22, what the inspector said about the ground floor being in a relatively poor state and the instruction that repairs be carried out to the ground floor to make it into something marketable to potential pub operators on the ground floor. I don't think he was saying that should be done. He or she was saying at the point where people are marketing flats for people to live in. I think that was before, and we know it was before because the applicant himself has said words to the effect that no one would want to buy or move into a flat with the ground floor in a tip. So if that's generally accepted to be true, we can, I think, assume that the inspector's intention was that the ground floor be repaired so that it could be effectively marketed. And until that happens, I'm not convinced that there's been effective marketing of it. And I weigh that and what the Crux and others have said against what councillors like us have decided in years in the recent past was a building that was a useful community asset. And I would not be able to support approval of this at this time, and would remain to be convinced that there had been effective attempts to continue the use of this asset into the future.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you, Chair. Funnily enough, I have an opinion on this. And I would like to agree with Councillor Bassey. I think that to add to what you've already said, I think it's very, very clear from the appeal, from the planning inspector's report when allowing the appeal, that the planning inspector really did think this was important. Otherwise, not only would he have said the bit that, you know, Councillor Bassey's quoted, but I'm just looking at this condition 8. It is so detailed. Our planning officers know that, you choose what to specify even in a condition. This specifies the public house being cleared of rubbish, debris and soiled carpet being removed, making things safe, all vandalised fixtures and fittings, all walls skimmed. I mean, it almost sounds, I don't think I've ever seen a condition that goes into the detail that this condition goes into. The beer garden area being cut back. So it's not just about the fact that this condition existed at appeal. Clearly, the inspector knew or was aware that until the downstairs was put into a decent shell condition, he only asked for a shell, but until the downstairs had the rubbish removed, was made safe. It talks about like gas and things like that. It would not really be a viable option for people wanting to rent it. So I think that we really have to take that into account. And I also think, obviously, if we get this wrong and it goes to appeal, then that is for the planning inspector to decide. But I personally feel like the planning inspector would put quite a lot of weight on their own condition. And I can't stop thinking about Becky saying that it's not relevant because the condition doesn't need to be met yet. That strikes me as that's why this application is here now. I also think that speakers have made a very solid point in terms of our policy, which we can apply limited weight to, asks for 2 years, 24 months. this came in front of planning inspectors at 18 or 19 months. So that all the time after that, you're marketing something that has a planning application in to get rid of the thing that you're marketing. So, you know, it just, that's not viable, a real attempt at marketing for at least that chunk of time. And it says a lot to me that the developers couldn't wait an extra 6 months before they put this application in. You know, why is that the case? It seems like there's an attempt here to go round a condition, to not have to do the condition that the planning inspector has put so much effort into putting in, by putting the application in before the flats are ready for occupancy. It just seems like a way of going sideways. I also have some real concerns about the issues that have been raised about people wanting to view and not being allowed into the building. I think it's disappointing, or it's a shame that the Friends of the Jubilee aren't here to tell their side of the situation in terms of that community purchase, because obviously we have to take the words of the people who are in the room, but already people in the room are not agreeing on what things have happened at what times. But it is concerning that in a number of places, people have made approaches and they've been knocked back. They've not been able to take the viewings. I don't feel like I agree with Barry Crooks's conclusion. And I think that the things that he discusses in his report actually lean this way before he concludes that it's not viable. And I think that I just don't see how we can accept this when it seems like it's such a clear intention to just not have to do the condition to make the pub a viable option for people to rent. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. Does anyone else want to say more? Councillor Melly?
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to say much more because I agree with what's been said. You know, again, we're in the situation of trying to apply planning policy, not decide what is good, what is bad, what we want from community, what we don't want. We're just looking at what policies exist and does this meet it, not whether the policies are right or wrong. And, you know, we've got a policy that I think we can apply weight to that says that it needs to have been marketed for a certain length of time. We've got evidence from different people, including independent experts, on whether or not it has been meaningfully marketed. And the evidence we've got is that it hasn't been marketed at an appropriate rent. It's been marketed at a rent that's unrealistically high, rather than being actually meaningfully marketed at a struggling for words, I've been here so long this evening, at a reasonable actual market rent. We've heard that 10 years is a, you know, usual lease length, but what is unusual about this case is the higher than usual investment needed up front, so that a longer lease would be needed to make that money back. The bigger than usual amount of time it would take to get this building ready to be a pub, and the amount of time that eats into that 10-year lease. And so on this case, I think a 10-year lease, even if it's usual, is not appropriate marketing in this case. We have got an inspector's report for a previous application. That application was allowed, but it kept the pub. And I think it's a very different application because it has the complete loss of the asset of community value. And so just because a previous application has been allowed at appeal doesn't mean this would be, because it's a very different application. And I think it's in quite different circumstances. So one of the reasons that was given by the inspector that the previous application was acceptable was that this was a short route to town. And now actually I think we're in a very different situation, because the pedestrian cycle route into town this time next month will be considerably longer than it was at the time of that appeal. I do place considerable weight on the need for housing. We really do have a serious need for housing in this city, especially in sustainable locations. And this is an incredibly sustainable location. And this, you know, would be either 3 flats or 6, you know, it's 3 more than the existing condition, 6 flats in total, whether you want to consider that 3 flats or 6 flats. I do place considerable weight on that and that housing need. But I don't think I place more weight on the need for 3 homes above. I don't think I give more weight to that than the weight of the need for community assets. And this is a community that has lost a lot of other community assets, has very few remaining. And we've heard some of the social benefits that this could could bring if it was brought back into use as an asset of community value. I think that was everything I was going to add to what's already been said.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Does any other member want to express a different view or
Just very
concur?
briefly, because I
Thank you,
don't want
councillor
to,
Waters.
just very briefly, because I don't want to prolong this any further, but I do find it disappointing that it's members having to do the hard work of drawing up the reasons for refusal when there's been clear direction given for quite some years now to be applying pub-friendly planning policies to determination of these applications, and yet we end up here again with a recommendation to approve. The fact that there was a recommendation to approve on one pub that looked very much like this one in my ward, that's completely levelled at the moment. The case, when that went to appeal, because thankfully the committee overturned it, was undermined by the fact that there was an officer recommendation to approve. And I think it's something that Labour members need to be taking back to the executive and saying that pub-friendly planning policy is not being pursued rigorously by this council's planning officers.
Thank you for your comments. Any other members want to? Okay, as we know well, in order to take things further, we do need to consider the officer's recommendation. I've not yet heard any members supporting the officer's recommendation. Therefore, in order, even if we're not going to approve the officer's recommendation, we need to at least put that as a possibility. So from the chair, I will put forward the officer's recommendation of approval. I'm looking for someone to second in order that we can vote whether or not that is successful. Thank you, councillor Whitcroft. Okay. Can you, well, I think we now have a proposer and seconder for the officer's recommendation of approval, although the sense around the table is that we need to do this in order to move on. Just to remind us what we're going to vote on in this moment. We haven't changed anything about the application, conditions, etc.
So the application's recommended for approval, subject to, I'm just checking the additional information. Yeah, subject to the amendments recommended in the additional information.
Thank you. All those in favour, please show. Or no? No members expressing. Those who want to vote against, please show. Thank you. Those who want to abstain? 2 abstentions. So that is not carried. We therefore need to make an alternative submission with reasons for doing so. Would anyone like to help us just to move on and do that? I think councillor Melly, you were making, and councillor Nelson, you were making a number of points as you did, councillor Bassey. But if it is going to be the decision of this committee to refuse this application, as you understand, we need to do so with sound planning reasons behind that decision. One at a time. Councillor Bassey, go ahead.
The amenity value, loss of amenity, I think, is the a place to start. I think, do we need to reference the fact that this is already described as an asset of community value, and add that to the reasons?
We need to also say that we're not convinced by the attempts to sell the property and market the property. We don't believe, well, it hasn't gone the full 2 years, and we're not convinced that it's been marketed properly.
Not
partly because the pub hasn't been put in a condition that is suitable for somebody to take on.
And we reference
Yeah, Chair, can I come in on that?
I think it would be
I
helpful.
think that's a reference to the inspector's condition that hasn't been complied with. I would caution against marking the applicant down because they haven't yet complied with a condition that they don't have to comply with yet. So I wouldn't, I don't know whether Becky would like to comment on the refusal reason, but I would suggest that for Becky to comment, but the refusal reason will be that you don't consider that it has been marketed properly, but not make the reference to the bringing it into a, effectively carrying out the refurbishments required by the appeal decision condition. If the inspector had thought that the refurbishments ought to be carried out sooner than occupation, he would have said so on his condition.
Yeah. But we do make reference to the adequacy of the marketing and the specific point, I think, in terms of the above market rate.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, to me, in my view, there's several aspects, there's several ways that I think that this hasn't been marketed meaningfully. One of them is the rent price, and we've got an independent view that the rent as advertised is too high. I think it has been more than 2 years. I think in the report it says 19 months, but that was that was maybe at the point of the application being submitted, and now it's been more than 2 years. So what was I going to say? I do think that, an inspector has given a view on what needs to be done in order for it to be meaningfully marketed as a pub. Yes, they're not in breach of conditions by not having done that yet because it hasn't been occupied, but we do have that inspector's view that in order to be marketing it as a pub and not a derelict building, that there are certain works that need to be carried out. So I think the fact those works haven't been carried out adds to the reason for the opinion of why it hasn't been meaningfully marketed. It's not that the condition's been breached, it's just that we haven't
I think we've
heard
heard
needs to be done.
I think we've heard the advice on trying to major on that. Okay. Councillor Nelson.
I was wondering whether we could add in something, in terms of the report does state that the community has a dearth of those community social spaces, and I feel like that is really relevant to the reason that the committee are wanting to refuse this application. So would it be possible to put in there as a reason the lack of community assets?
So we've looked at the previous reason for refusal, which I think you can amend slightly. The previous reason for refusal for the three above. So we've looked at it, and I think you could, again, this is against officer recommendation, but the change of use would result in an unnecessary loss of a valued and important social, recreational and community facility that would fail to make a positive contribution to the character and quality of the area. That is directly lifted from one that we've already done and we've already taken to appeal. So I would suggest you go down that route. I've also taken that we would also add in that there's been insufficient marketing undertaken. I wouldn't necessarily go into the specifics. I would just say we consider there's been insufficient marketing undertaken because we've clearly had an independent person look at it and said that they consider it's being marketed effectively. So we're going directly against independent advice that we've had. So that, from a starting point of appeal, becomes a really difficult position to be able to defend. So, and I understand what you're saying about the rent being too high, and that is clearly outlined as part of Barry Crux's report. So that is a potential hook for you as part of your reason. So I get where you're going there. So I'd steer you towards that way of insufficient information about the marketing, and go along the previous reason for refusal that we know was quite successful.
Councillor Maddy and then Councillor Waters.
Do we have to be careful with wording because it's not to do with the amount that it's been marketed? It may have been widely marketed in lots of industry websites. It's the nature of the marketing not being meaningful and reasonable rather than the amount of marketing been done.
Good point.
Insincere is the word I would use.
That's not a planning reason that we can use.
Could there be a reference to the, I mean, without referencing the condition at all, a reference to the condition of the building?
No.
No.
I would really struggle with that one, or in terms of defending it at appeal. Like, you can, because ultimately it's your decision, but the condition of the building.
Are we allowed, or is it, are we allowed to reference the?
You can do
input
it.
that- okay.
To be
Are
clear,
we
this
allowed
is
to-
your decision. You can do what
Yes.
you want. I can only give you advice about what I think you can
What
do.
are your thoughts about referencing like individual input about difficulties in terms of accessing viewings and things
No.
like that? No.
I think Councillor Mellor hit the nail on the head in terms of it's not insufficient, is it? It's, I need to find a word. It's God, it's really difficult.
Maybe not robust or.
Yeah,
not sufficiently
robust is probably a good word. So not sufficiently robust marketing has
I
been
think that covers
undertaken.
it.
That's a good word. I'll write that down.
Councillor Waters.
And of course, there's good reason for refusal on the heritage impacts. You've got the stuff from the Civic Trust, which details the interior. You've got the proposals and the damage it would cause to the external fabrics. Again, this was a wonderfully designed pub, beautifully built pub, very much like the Magnet, which was completely gone. We shouldn't be losing any more of these non-designated heritage assets, as again, I referenced that list that loses a few every year. It started off as a reasonably long list. It's a very short list now.
Can you repeat the reason we had before? I think it made reference to that.
Yeah, the previous reason for refusal right at the end also said its loss would undermine the significance of the building as a non-designated heritage asset. And then it goes on to talk about which policies it conflicts with, because I'm not going to quote them because the MPPF's changed since then.
I think it's covered.
I was just going to ask if we could strengthen it slightly, because it is a significant landmark building because of its position on that corner. It's a landmark non-designated heritage asset. It's quite a bit more significance to its position.
I hear what you're saying. I think that I'm just giving the planning officers time to absorb that and see whether we can tweak the wording in any way that reflects that.
Chair, this is complicated. Could we delegate it to the officers to finally
Yeah, I
get
think
the wording?
in terms of the landmark building, I'm sorry, just going to go down that route. We didn't previously put that in, and we could be found to be unreasonable if we start adding in terms of costs. So I would advise against putting a landmark building, but I would say that you could put its loss would also undermine the significance of the building of the non-designated heritage asset. So I think you've got your 3 points wrapped up in one. You'd result in an unnecessary loss of what I previously said, not sufficiently robustly marketed, and then undermine the significance of the building of non-designated heritage assets. I would have to reword that properly, but that's your 3 main points of your reason for refusal from what I'm getting. That is more or less the same as previously, but it also includes not sufficiently robust marketing. Yeah.
And include reference to the ACB.
The what?
The.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yes. But there's no policy for that. That's why I think it's unnecessary loss of a valued and important social, recreation and community facility, which is more or less the same. Yeah. Which is in the MPPF word.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're there. The precise wording, of course,
Delegated.
we would delegate,
Yeah.
but would you help us just to formulate this so we can vote again on?
Right.
I guess I'm looking for a proposer and a seconder. Again, I'll happy to propose from the chair. Councillor Bassey, Councillor Melly, proposed, seconded. Thank you.
So the final wording, I will ask you to delegate myself with chair and vice chair if that's what you find acceptable. The change of use would result in the unnecessary loss of a valued, important social, recreation and community facility that would fail to make a positive contribution to the character of the area. It's not sufficiently robustly been marketed, and it would also result in undermine the significance of a building of a non-designated heritage asset. And then we will obviously get all the right quotes in terms of policies and things once we draft that through. Okay, thank you.
All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much. That is carried. That application is refused.
Yeah.
Do we need another break? We move on, please. Just take a breath. With our final application, which is the Fulford School, Fulfordgate, construction of a 3G artificial grass pitch, perimeter fencing and so forth. Please, when you're able to, introduce this one.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a full application at Fulford School for the construction of a 3G artificial grass pitch and associated works, including a modular changing room building. So this is your existing pitch layout at Fulford School. You can, I'm just going to see pointer, see it, the existing pitches, and the proposal is down here in relation to that. I'm just going to see next, yeah. So you can see there's your new modular changing rooms in relation to the existing school buildings there, and the new 3G pitch with a 1.2, sorry, high timber rail fence and a 4.5 perimeter ball stop fence along here, and tree line to be trimmed back. Again, so yeah, that's in the wider context. You can see to Heslington Lane, Fulfordgate, Eastwood Avenue, and you see the new pitch in here. So that's the floodlights and the fencing details there. These are all in your packs. And the proposed changing rooms, modular buildings. And that is it from me. There's also no committee update. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do members have any questions they want to ask at this point? Councillor Oral.
In relation to the sighting in Germany Beck, is Germany Beck just below?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Waters.
In terms of the acoustic barrier, has there been any thought given to actually planting something there, either instead of the acoustic barrier or alongside it? And I'm thinking something that will grow ridiculously fast that's evergreen, common laurel, or even, dare I say it, Lalandi.
We have got, there is a condition for a biodiversity management plan, and the application does include tree protection and landscaping. We were of the opinion that the acoustic barrier would be instantly effective for the residents at Rysdale Avenue, which is on the Germany Beck housing site.
Right.
Is the landscaping scheme, are we able to see it? Is there any?
It's,
or is it just?
the landscaping scheme is very similar to the application, to what you can see now. It just shows that the areas of the trees to be retained. There's no impact on the trees, and what they will do around the site as well to improve. It's to improve biodiversity as well as, so it ties in the two elements.
Thank you. No other questions. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question about lighting. Because presumably there is mention of it under the ecology and biodiversity. But just generally, since it backs onto a load of houses or a load of houses back on to the site, can you confirm what has been agreed to reduce light pollution, both from the view of biodiversity, but also for the neighbours?
Well, the applicants, they have submitted a lighting report, which talks about the distance of the floodlights in relation to neighbouring properties, separation distance, and what their illumination levels will be. The illumination will be set towards the pitches, so that's when spotlighting will be, and they will be brighter nearer the pitches and less illuminant. There'll be less illumination away towards the boundary of the neighbouring houses on Drysdale Avenue. It is on page chapter. Yes, yeah, so it is.
Is covered by condition 4 on page 111. All external floodlighting shall conform with the E4 environmental zone as specified in the Light Professionals Guide and Ordinance for the reduction of obtrusive lighting.
Right, thank you.
Condition 14 as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Condition 14 restricts when the floodlights should be switched off.
Any other questions? Okay. Oh, Councillor Melly.
Thank you, Chair. Lost the page now. Somebody responded to the consultation with some concerns about the material, which I can't see addressed in the report. Because I know some people have concerns about the material used in these sorts of pitches and the possible health impacts. I don't know much about the science of that beyond a quick Google.
Yeah. Yes, it was one of the local residents, and that is in section 4.1, where it talks about third-party comments, publicity, and how the site was advertised. So the local resident made comments to say that these type of football pitches can cause injury to the players in terms of sort of cuts and bruises, etc. On the knees, knee injuries. There was a photograph as well to show that some football player had been injured on one of these AGP pitches.
There were similar concerns expressed when they were setting up the all-weather pitches at Burnham School. It's often expressed, but there's no real concern on it.
Okay, Councillor Nelson.
I was just wondering, I don't know if it might be something that could be conditioned, but I was surprised that I can't find in here anything about solar panels, or maybe I've missed it, but in terms of like the new changing rooms, is it something that we could be asking, or, you know, in terms of environmental sustainability, sustainable buildings?
On this scale.
Not given the size and scale of the development, plus it's a modular building, so I don't necessarily know that it would be able to accommodate solar panels. But
in the floodlights that
I don't think we've got any hook in planning terms to be able to insist on it. No.
Okay.
Councillor.
One of the paragraphs asks if data could be collected on traffic associated with the school. Is there no data on that? I mean, there's been issues there for many years.
The applicants did submit a transport assessment, and that was an assessment as to the differences between what the football pitches would bring to the existing community evening use of the school. So it laid out to say that there was over 150 car parking spaces, and that accommodated nighttime venues and events at the school. The pitches, in theory, it was put forward by the applicant to suggest that there would be, I'm just finding it in this element here because it's not in the report. Just bear with me. So there's a total of 155 car parking spaces, 7 disabled parking spaces, and the school have confirmed on average a total number between 30 and 35 cars park at the school for various school events during the evenings when this would be in community use. The transport assessment accompanying the application confirms that there would be a requirement of 53 additional cars based on the pitches being configured into 4 pitches for 5-a-side football and other sports. There would be a transition period between the end of one sport activity to the start of another sport activity, where there could be a total of 106 cars, but that still is below the total amount of parking spaces at the school that the school have.
It wasn't necessarily to do with parking, it's to do with traffic, particularly on Fulfordgate, which is.
The application, we have received comments from our internal highways officers to suggest that a developer agreement through a section 106, £15,000 should be put forward for traffic regulation orders and the highway network, with particularly for Fulfordgate.
Okay. Councillor Murley?
So I just wanted to clarify what I was talking about earlier. I wasn't referring so much to like the material being slippery or causing injuries from playing on it. I was talking more about apparently there was a study done by Stirling University. I haven't read the actual study. I'm just reading media write-ups of those studies. And so, like I said, I don't know the science behind it, but the media write-ups of the study by Stirling University is more about the material creating microplastics. It's more like the long-term impacts, not falling in injury, but microplastics getting into the environment, carcinogenic materials in the picture, that sort of thing. I just wanted to clarify that's what I was referring to. That's not slipping in injury.
Is that anything that would come under a planning consideration? Okay. Councillor Bassett.
Quickly, Chair, to note, we've been hearing about car parking. All my kids went to Fulford School. When it's parents' evening for a particular year or whatever, the area to the left of where this pitch is going to be placed all becomes informal car parking space all over the grass. So I think it's fair to raise questions about what happens when an event is happening on the new pitch and you've got a parents' evening happening at the same time. I don't know what's done about it, but it's just to add some information to what you've described there as to the number of spaces that are required and the congestion.
Okay, well, I think we're moving on to the next stage there. And before we do, we did have one registered speaker who unfortunately has not been able to join us this evening, but we did agree that there would just be a short statement read. So this is on behalf of Councillor.
How is this able to be done? If I submit a statement and ask it to be read out at any meeting, it's refused.
I have agreed as chair, and it is my discretion as chair, that this registered speaker being unable to make it this evening will nevertheless hear a short statement.
The main point I want to raise was the concern around traffic and parking impacts of the 3G pitch at Fulford School, particularly at Fulfordgate and Eastwood Avenue. But also on Heslington Lane. I would like to see a commitment to monitoring traffic and parking prior and post the development and a budget put aside for TROs. If you could pass the above message on to committee, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. Councillor Whitcroft.
Just a quick inquiry, Chair, to make sure that we are still for it.
Yes.
Excellent.
The question having been raised earlier, yes.
Also,
Okay.
Councillor Waters has left his microphone on.
Ah, okay, okay. We can't ask questions of the speaker who wasn't able to make it in the event, but we do come to a decision around this. You were beginning to ask questions which I thought were more in terms of how we might put in informatives or tweak conditions.
Yes, so I do have some concerns about the impact on parking and congestion, and I'd be happy to hear how we might put together something that expresses that as an informative and maybe helps to get the school to address that before there's a problem that impacts on the area.
Yeah.
Aside from that, I'm broadly happy with the application.
So there's a condition on there that says prior to the development being brought into use, a community use scheme shall be submitted to and approved in writing. The scheme shall improve detail of pricing, hours of use, access by non-school users, but we'll say then non-members, management responsibilities, and include a mechanism for review. What we could do as part of that is make sure that if there's no conflicts between parents' evenings and the community use through that, I would suggest that's, I completely understand what you're saying and it does need picking up. So we could probably put another part into that says to ensure that there's no conflict between the community use and events at the school. That would be reasonable given the parking pressures that we have.
Yeah,
So that would be helpful.
Yeah.
yeah. Councillor Nelson, and then Councillor Baxter. Yeah. Okay. Same thing. Councillor Orwell.
Yeah, completely different thing, Chair. I don't think having it's sited there so close to nearby residents will cause problems in the long term. We have pitches in Huntington next to Huntington School, and we have them at St John's further down Huntington Road. And we've had complaints, these from residents of New Ayswick, which are half a mile away. And we've had complaints from residents of Huntington Road about St John's pitches, which are again a considerable way away. It may be acceptable in planning terms, but it's going to cause problems in the future.
Can I raise the question? Is there no access available from the south, from Germany back through to the site?
No, there's no vehicle access from the Germany Beck to the site. There's only the school buses that are allowed to exit Fulford School on a morning after drop off and exit Fulford School on the afternoon after they've picked the children back up again. And that's the only vehicle.
Through Porter Avenue?
Yeah, through Germany Beck, Porter Avenue and all along there.
Okay. Okay, I don't see anyone wanting to say a great deal more. I think we're probably able to come to a decision on this. But as always, we need to have a proposer and seconder.
Happy to propose
Thank you,
that.
councillor Baxter. Thank you, councillor Whitcroft. Proposed and seconded, just to clarify, we just got a little tweak there, but if you would, Becky.
So the application is recommended for approval subject to a tweak with regard to condition 13, as I've just discussed, if you'd agree to delegate that to myself. And that would be the only change. Thank you, Chair.
Those in favour? Thank you. Those who are against? Thank you. No abstentions. Yes, one abstention. I thought you'd voted for. So that is carried. It is approved. Thank you very much. I have no urgent items of business. Thank you for all your attention this evening.
Obviously, the council, by one of your former colleagues, and all material from the committees and all the material will be informing of print. Specify what fonts, but certainly important. A lot of the stuff we've had as extra tonight has been much smaller print than this. Have been raised to other things.
I think it's now been heard. Thank you. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Safe travel.